Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, April the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me thank you, William. Yeah, just a quick, NJ. It's pretty tough. I mean, if you're new to Trade Ideas, probably you're using a lot of the layouts that we have created, but so it all really depends on your experience. I mean, most people with Trade Ideas, after they've used it for a while, they probably want to customize even some of the channels within the dock. They take a look at some of my, or not channels, but the scans. They take a look at my scans. They might want to customize them, or they want to build their own scans from scratch. Probably, if you're brand new though, you're probably, looking at our channel bar, extracting scans you like from there, and maybe even looking at some of my scans. So it's probably all over the place depending on your experience with Trade Ideas. So what's happening this morning? Wow, in Netflix. So Netflix, not only did they lose 200,000 subscribers, I think they said that was their first subscriber decrease in 10 years, but they were actually, I think they had been forecasting about a 2.5 million increase. So big drop for Netflix, NFLX, big drop for Netflix. Have to see where it goes from here. Yeah, you know what, AJ, there really isn't that much to learn. You can make it as hard as you want, or you can make it as easy as you want. You can take some of the scans and never mind, learning, well, what is docking? What is this? What is that? Looking at our channel guide, how can I possibly learn everything? As I always say, take a look at a MS Word, at a Word manual. I mean, look how thick that thing is. Imagine if somebody said you have to learn everything in there, nobody would do it. But most people out of a Word manual, all they care about is, oh, how do I print? How do I maybe change my font and bold and all that? That's it. So same thing with Trade Ideas. I mean, there's some very basic things to learn. Afterwards, you can build if you want. So I wouldn't get too hung up on thinking there is so much to learn. You are trying to overcomplicate it. Yeah, I mean, if you're new, I don't backtest, NJ. I mean, listen, I don't backtest. And, I mean, it's hard. Backtesting is very hard. It's a painstaking procedure. I mean, I may do it if I had a little more time, but I don't care about backtesting. I have my scans. I like to see the alerts from my scans. Obviously, doesn't mean I take every trade. I click on the alert and see what's happening. Anyway, let's get back to the what else is happening. So the agri guys, I took a short on this one. Took a short in this, and I'm still short. I actually took the short twice. I got in the first time at 282. It moved down a little bit, and then it got back up to that 281.82 level. I thought, okay, I'm going to cover it and see what happens. I thought that 290 might stall it. It had some news, but to me, the news is pretty iffy. I mean, it's a patent application. It's not a granting of the patent. Hey, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. But when I see they've been allowed to apply for a patent application, fine. Anyway, I'm short this one. The first time was a 282. The second time was 285. I took some out around 265, and now I'm just watching this go down. Okay. Yeah, I would say that 1%, if that, of our customers backtest. WINT is gapping up on phase 2 data. This is not shortable for me, but WINT gapping up on phase 2 data. ALVR also is gapping up. My note just says FDA news. There's so many different acronyms now with the FDA. So they've got regenerative medicine tag. Okay, FDA. So that is the news for AVLR, and it's another low float, 29 million in the float. WWR, yeah, so they're going to break ground, I guess, on this facility. That was the news for WWR. Now the ARCT, which I'm out of now, was a very difficult. I didn't want to really talk about it too much because it was a very difficult one because of the spread. Very interesting reaction though. I mean, if you look at the headline, Here's the headline. Looks pretty good, right? NASA's 95% overall efficacy for this mRNA-based COVID-19 shot. Looks pretty good. And in fact, the initial reaction, it soared up to $33. And then it came right back down. And then it tried again, got up to $30. So very interesting reaction. Obviously I'd have to really read more about it, and it says meets the primary endpoint, but something else is going on. So, but that was a tough one to short because of the spread. The spread it sometimes got to 50, 60 cents, but I was relatively, I got a relatively good fill, and I'm out, but I'm all out of it now. Yeah, IO, it did show up on this is under $1, but it did show up on one of my other scanners that I do use. So it is under $1. Huge pop, 104%. Some kind of a deal with Brunei, Shell Brunei, 5-year contract. Relatively low float, 25 million. This is easily going to trade the float today, of course. Already traded 13, almost 14 million. So I'd be interested if it takes out $1. I mean, if it takes out $1 on this news, and let me just put an alert here, in fact, just over $1 and see if it takes it out later on. CRXT, CRXT, CRXT. That gapped up. Why? Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any news. I mean, yesterday they did a presentation of new data at the Androgen Society 4th annual meeting, et cetera, et cetera. That was news yesterday, so I don't know if they've actually presented or not. So Roku being hit hard, like most of the streaming services because of Netflix. But Roku is also down. And I don't know if this one is down because of that also. I think this is a streaming service. It's Warner Brothers Discovery. It may not be. It's not down a lot, down 3%. Yeah, William, they're also guiding. I thought it was actually 2 million, but they're actually guiding very poorly next quarter. Even talking about introducing a lower tier pricing that will allow ads. But as the guy said, it might take 1 or 2 years, if ever. What stunned me, they said they figure they've got about 100 million people who are piggybacking on other people's accounts. You just have to change your price range, okay, in the pre-market scanner, to sub $1. That might be the reason. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Cano, CANO. So this could be interesting. UBS has put a $15 price target on them. CANO. Obviously got, let's see now, what sort of room does this have? What's the next left or next high looking left? It's 538, 559, maybe get up to this 666 level. But anyway, UBS has put a $15 price target on them. HCTI. All out of the agri now, guys. All out of the agri. HCTI. Actually, the volume has picked up a little bit more. I'm trying to see if there's any news. Achieves hit rust. High trust risk, I guess. High trust risk-based 2-year certification. All right, so there's your news for HCTI. It all depends on the filters. Sometimes there's a filter in there that's blocking it. Should mention STM, I guess. STM is having earnings April 27th. I think they are, let's see, announces the status of common share repurchase program. That was yesterday, though. That was yesterday. Anyway, STM has nice break though. Nice breakout here, right here. STM. All right, 9/11. So let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our friendly analysts. Whoa! I haven't seen this before. I'll explain first once I get the upgrades in. Oh, upgrade. So we've got CX. One Brave Soul upgrading Netflix. That's Needham. The Peloton upgrade by Citigroup. Citigroup is active this morning. They've got upgrades for Snap, Peloton, LZ, and BKNG, and Facebook. All right, there are some of the, oops, wrong symbol, ABNB. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Now, the downgrades, and when I looked at my list, I thought, well, that's a pretty big list. However, I'm not sure I've seen this before. So, Netflix downgraded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 downgrades. For Netflix, what I mean by that is Netflix has been downgraded by 9 different brokerage firms. Okay, I've not seen that before. So that's what made that list big. And that's why I said the one brave soul who upgraded Netflix. All right, I have to take a look at Volta, VLTA. Goldman has that's a cheap one, right? That is a cheap one, I believe. And Goldman has downgraded VLTA. Why do they care about this one? Anyway, VLTA downgraded by Goldman. And the other one had a couple of downgrades was X-Ray. X-Ray, of course, was from yesterday. The downgrades for X-Ray is actually got absolutely slapped yesterday. What is Netflix doing right now? So it's trying to hold on to this 250 mark. One other one of note, IBM had earnings also and had a little pop after hours yesterday on earnings. Let me see if it's held. Excuse me. Yeah, so I had a pop after hours, and it's kind of held up 2.5%. That is IBM. Now I did see this IMAB earlier, but what I saw was this big pop and then the big drop down. So, but IMAB is up. It's up 16%, 17%. I think that's right. Spikes on report of buyout interest. So, who knows? China company spiking on reports of buyout interest. I don't, Esther, but doesn't mean other people don't. All right, so this ARCT, I mean, it could go either way now. I mean, it's really interesting to see those headlines. It looks so darn positive, and that was the initial reaction. ARCT, big pop up. Like that's a big pop up. They got all the way up to $33, and even tried again. Even after it dropped back down, even tried one more time, got up to $30, but now I mean, sitting at 19. Who upgraded Netflix? I think it was Needham. Yeah, Needham. You need them? Yeah, but yeah, Needham upgraded Netflix. So they are swimming alone. All right, 918. So I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to go over also the sector ETFs, okay, in a little more detail. So you can also look at this. This is the ETFs. These are major. These are a lot of different little well, not little ETFs, but kind of get a glimpse of what might be happening. Okay, I'm going to look at the major sectors, of course, but you can take a look at this also. So, energy is right at the top here, SPXE. I saw that semis seem to be, there is SOX L, SOX S. So semis are weak today. I'm sorry, strong today. This is the bear. But you can kind of take a look at this too. This is a little more detail. I'm just looking to see if anything's kind of interesting. I mean, it goes into really, here's the Austria ETF. I don't think I've ever seen these things before. Anyway, let's take a look at the major sectors though. My guess is energy's up just because of what I saw. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So here's energy, no, not 100%, but 90% of them are above yesterday's close. So XLE, that's the major ETF for energy, the energy sector. These are the stocks that make it up, and 90% of them are above yesterday's close. So I don't even have to look. I just know that oil is up from yesterday. Let's take a look now. We're in for a positive open. So we've got some positive sectors other than just energy. So we got communications at 72%. As I said, looking at at the sector, at this ETF racing, you could just tell technology was up, so that 90% are up from yesterday's close. Financials 83%. So we're in for a positive open in all the sectors, really. There's no really weak sector. I guess material is about 50-50. But again, this can change very rapidly. Now I'm gonna have to put Netflix up here. I may even trade Netflix today. Usually trade these higher price stocks, but Mr. Real, good morning. Hey guys, I'm just really looking at some of my thumbnail charts, some of the ones from yesterday, see if there's anything interesting happening. Netflix is just inching its way down now. I have not seen I've not seen one stock being slammed by so many analysts. Even Facebook, when it had the big drop, I don't recall, 9 or 10 analysts piling on them. Yeah, I think Russia was it 700,000? 700,000 subscribers, maybe? Can't remember what that press release said about Russia. I think it was about 700 or maybe even 800,000. So let's take a look at MJ. MJ is not doing anything today, nothing I can see. Yeah, and maybe wondering why I'm looking at this. Tilray, I noticed, was down. It is April 20th, guys. So the big 420 used to be a big deal, but I guess it's just not a big deal anymore. Yeah, it was not 700 million. No. Yeah, I thought it was 700,000. Remember it was 7 or 800,000. Yeah, it was definitely not 700 million. They've got they've got about 250 million. I mean, it's still, they've got a ton of subscribers, but now how do they get those 100 million that are basically sharing passwords? I don't know how they do that. Yes. Okay, guys. Now that CVM that was super active 2 days ago had the big fall. Starting to go again, guys. CVM is starting to go again. right now, CVM. Also STM, I mentioned STM. This is a nice little break here, I think, for STM. What's that 15-minute chart seems to be delayed for some reason. Nice little break for STM. The one you might want to keep an eye on, I think this is in my watch list, CADL. I mean, this one just sort of was really sneaky yesterday. I saw it on that 5 break and it just kept moving higher and higher. And of course, it's got a ton of room. I mean, it's no volume yet, but it could be just one of those ones that once the market opens, it starts again inching higher and higher. There's no real news on it yesterday, I don't think. Boy, STM's on the move here, guys. There is no volume for this one, this teed up. 85. No volume, it just, but it is up almost 4%. There's just no volume. Kind of an interesting looking monthly chart for teed up, TDUB, or sorry, TDUP. Yeah, there it goes. Netflix, no kidding. Well, the plan is laid out. I mean, Real's talking about Fib 261 level is 228, so you could get down there. But where are we looking here on that? Wow, that weekly chart, the monthly chart, man, oh man. I mean, this is amazing, isn't it? The low was 257 way back here in 2019. So it's taken out that low. Let's back this monthly chart out a little bit more. The next low is looking left. We have a low of 231. Yeah, so the next low on the monthly chart is 231 for Netflix right down here. Still has what, 13 or $12 to go, 12, $13 to go. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute to this market open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade. Once the market opens, I do not trade typically in the first 15 minutes. I do some pre-market trading. The Agri in and out, and the other one, the ARCT. And now toying with the Netflix. So all right, we are now open. Let's see what happens now. Give me a moment as I make one adjustment. All right, we have, wow, Para. Now, what is Para doing? This showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's not an all-time low. Doesn't that all have to be, but Para, and now the ARCT also showing up here. But what's the spread like now on the ARCT? It's not terrible now, not terrible. My problem with it really though is these spikes up here. Like, why did that happen? Why weren't people enthused? Well, I know why they were enthused. They looked at the headline. Headline looked really good. The Para though, Para low in the pre-market. There it goes, guys. Para, P-A-R. It's a little early. This is of course a short opportunity. The next low looking left on the daily chart is 32.85. So it's only about $1 away. I did not take it. It's a little too early for me to take something like this. If it had been an all-time low, I may have taken it, but another one that's showing up at BKR. Again, a little early when and this is what I'm talking about. These are my 10-day daily breakdowns, okay? Typically, the only way I will take those right off the bat is if they're also lifetime lows. Well, I mean, the para, I mean, if you took it, you've made 50 cents on it so far. Para is really moving down now. Oh, okay, Paramount Global. So this must be a streaming service. How's that other one doing? The WBD? Something's a little delay here. So look at the WBD. I mentioned this one earlier also. This is obviously another streaming service. All the streaming services being hit hard, of course, because of Netflix. Wow, Netflix now 242. Here's an ETF that showed up also, the FANG index. Holy smokes, man. Well, I didn't take it, but look at this. And what an alert now. 3409 down to 33 now for the para. I don't see any news on it. Oh, again, streaming. Right. WBD, another one, guy, just collapsing here. Wow, Netflix. All right. And I don't usually venture into these higher price ones. All right, look at the market. Nas is up just a touch. Dow's up quite a bit, and the SPY is up. Interesting, the Nas is only up a little bit. Semis look pretty strong this morning, but maybe they've given it up. Okay, guys, so METC, this is on the way. Wow, what a drop for this one. 20 down to 1680. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Wasn't doing too much. METC, it is early, but another big drop. All right, now there's the pop for para. Okay, that's typically why I don't like to do this. I mean, this dropped $1. But this, what I was looking at, maybe it might have gone down 30 cents and then had a pop and then down, up, down, before it kind of settles in to where it may want to go. But all right, ALVR on my option scanner. ALVR. Now, 727 looks like the next high looking left, 722, 727. If it can get through that, then it's got a shot to the 8 level. Okay, look at it go, guys. It's a little bit early. It is the ALVR. I'm not in that agri short anymore, but that is continuing to move down. So what's the market doing? Market is just kind of trying to pick a direction right now. We have a topping tail and a bottoming tail so far in the 15-minute chart. We're only 8 minutes in, of course, but so we're. All right, Voyager, VYGR, big pop here. Nothing happening in the pre-market. Look at this pop for Voyager. For some reason. Oh, some big pop for Voyager, guys, VYGR. Quick hitter, quick hitter. Oh no. Oh guys, I blew this. I blew it. Took my eye off it just for a second. There came 721 in my option scanner. I was just talking about it, saying if it could take out that 725 mark. And I took my eye off it because I was watching that VYGR. Look at it now. Look at it now. And it just got halted. Wow. So that was a beauty from my option scanner. And it just got halted. Son of a, you fill in the blanks. Well, a brief explanation is that it's a program that kicks in if a stock has got, it's sort of an accelerated move up, it gets halted for usually 5 minutes, sort of a pause. So a certain rise in a certain period of time will cause a program to kick in and it gets halted. And it's usually just a 5-minute halt. It's called a volatility halt, okay? So that means, of course, that it's not trading right now. It can open in 5 minutes or from 9:39 plus 19 seconds. Ah, I got all excited about that VYGR and then took out 10. I just took my eye off that ALVR and then it exploded. Well, only when it opens. Only when it opens. Okay, you can sell it when it opens. Where now, I mean, there's no activity, no trading. While it's halted, there is no trading. This is it. I'm sharing this one. Actually, it's on my homepage or on my website. Not my website, sorry. Well, I do have it on my website too, but it's in the channel, my channel. Click on new, doc channel bar, and I think my Barry's watch list. I think my option scanner is included. At least it was. Here we are. He's just looking for stocks with abnormal option activity. Okay. So where are you here? So I'm gonna. I used to use this one almost religiously, probably I don't know 3 months ago, 2 to 3 months ago, for about 3 to 4 months, and it was producing awesome alerts. Then all of a sudden, it's like a lot of scans. For whatever reason, it just stopped producing. It's when I say stop producing, I don't mean that we weren't getting alerts, but they just weren't they just weren't as good. So a couple of days ago, I saw, a few really good ones. So I thought, okay, I'm going to resurrect the scan. And so here it is again. Okay, para after that pop up is right back down again, PARA. Oh boy, I'm not in that agri short anymore. I mean, you read the press release. It looks like the patent was all they've done is applied for a patent. Now they may get it. Don't get me wrong, they may get it, but that's all it was. They've approved, whatever body approved their ability to file for a patent. But it's not. It's not that it was, and this is what I'm talking about. From the Canadian Intellectual Property, receives notice of allowance for a patent application. So it's not that the patent was approved, and it may be. Don't get me wrong, it may be, but. All right, if this is a 5-minute halt, it should open in 3, 2, 1, now. There we go. And there's the ALVR, a little bit of a pop up. Now the issue right here is you got to have some resistance probably around that 850 mark. Maybe. Now this, of course, is in my watch list, but this, I delay everything in these two for 15 minutes to try to let things settle down. So this ALVR, I mean, obviously, you could have, where was the high? Well, there's the ARCT, guys. Wow. Look at this thing move down now. Huge move off that, well, a couple. Even here, 1910, even here. But the big one right here, guys, ARCT. I did not take it at 19, it's just too early. It was too whippy. But there it is at 1975. I mean, this This is, trying to see, it's almost an all-time low now. I mean, this is weird. This reaction. Then the para, wow, after that initial little pop up on the 15, there's really no pop up. Little pull up here on the 5. And again, streaming service. Short the streamers. Look at Netflix. Yes. And AMC, of course, well, I know they've got a streaming component, so AMC is getting hit too. All the streamers, short the streamers. It's not financial advice. Okay, guys, this ALVR is now right back up. The next high looking left is 851. So I've got an alert. I had an alert set up as a high right there. I'm going to put an alert. It actually did get over 8 briefly. I'm going to set an alert at 8. See if it takes it out again. Yeah, this ARCT is very whippy. Yeah, this really no action. I sort of saw it in the pre-market, but there wasn't very much action. But yeah, the HCSG, nice big pop up here now. LLAP guys, I mean this had a great day yesterday, and its continuation is a little bit of continuation right now. The next high looking left is 7. Is that right? 620. 620 is the next high looking left for LLAP. I don't. Well, if it's the question was, do I dabble in REITs? I mean, if it's a stock, I mean, if I can trade it, I will. Depending what it's doing, but it has to be trading abnormally. So again, Falcon, if a REIT showed up in one of my scanners, yeah, I mean, if I liked it, I would trade it. I would treat it just like a stock. I'm just keeping an eye on this ARCT, guys, to see if it, collapses still below that 19 level. I mean, that was an all-time, almost an all-time low. TCN. Yeah, so I don't, I mean, it's not interesting to me because number one, it's only 20,000 shares. The relative volume is very low. I mean, I had a great day yesterday, I see. Doesn't trade very much though, I guess. What did it trade yesterday? Yeah, a million shares yesterday. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, for whatever reason, yesterday it had a great day, residential. But right now, I mean, I would not trade this because, there's no volume. If you're looking long term, I mean, it's even that, it doesn't have, for me, it would not have a ton of room. But that's just my opinion, of course. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Wow, Netflix. Again, I don't often do this. If you've been in the room long enough, I rarely take a trade over really $30. But if you heard me in the pre-market, I had not seen that before with 9 different firms and probably more. I mean, this is all I'm getting from who am I? Not Benzinga, briefing.com. And there could have been 30 downgrades for Netflix or 100. I don't know. Yeah, I see this Nova. Wow, Nova's getting hammered here now after. So remember now, all the 90% of the energy stocks were up when we looked last, but my guess is that probably a lot of them are drifting down. At least Nova is NOV. All right, I'm just gonna have to leave ARCT alone. I'm trying to figure out how to trade that one. Maybe if it takes out 1850 later on, but this is the problem, real mixed reaction to that press release. So I'm just going to, I'll stick an alert down here. Maybe, maybe it takes it out later on, but I'm just going to leave it alone. Yeah, don't lose sight of the ALVR guys. I mean, if it takes out 8 in a big way, some volume is still pretty good. The volume is still pretty darn good. Look at this. I mean, on the 2-minute chart, it's still there. Meanwhile, LLAP is surging also. So just like the one yesterday, I think it was the ATER from yesterday. I put a price alert on top. It never hit it, and in fact, it really drifted all the way down. So all I've done is I've just put a price alert around $8. And if it takes it out, I want to know about it. I will know about it, of course, because my price alert window will pop up on my screen, and then I can determine if I want to trade it. But I mean, if it doesn't take it out, I don't want to trade it. Big bottoming tail though. That's a big bottoming tail. I mean, sellers knocked it all the way down to 730. So you got it. Meanwhile, LLAP guys on the move here. LLAP. So the next high looking left is 620. It pops through that. The next high is 715. I don't know what's going on with it. Jeffries initiated a buy coverage with a price target of $10. I wonder if that was yesterday too. Wow, there it goes, guys. LLAP. On these, you got to be quick. Okay, you've got to be quick. Just because I'm saying that the next high is whatever it was, 715, doesn't mean it's going to get there. But you just try to look at these charts and say, okay, where can it keep going to until it hits the next high? I have a very simple way of looking at things. All right, guys. So this is what I saw this morning. You know, when I This is what I saw this morning, okay? When I'm looking at my upgrades and downgrades, look at this, Netflix, 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 Netflix. I have not seen that before. Even though, I mean, you would expect maybe something, but I've not seen that before. Even when Facebook got trashed, I did not see that. So that is what convinced me that even though I don't like to trade these higher price ones, got to try it. All right, now, ALVR. Wow. Okay, what are we going to do here? Give me a moment, guys. I'm Okay, so I've taken some out of that ALVR. Very, very, very active right now, of course. You have to bear with me here, guys. I'm just watching the ALVR as it's trading. Meanwhile, the para continues down. PARA continues down. It just got another sound alert for it. Come on, give me one more pop. Gotta hope it holds over 8, guys, for the ALVR. If you're in it. Oh, man. Exciting. Just watching to see if it can get back up to this level. I took some out up here, but I want to see if it can just pop through again. Otherwise, I'll just forget about it for a while anyway. ALVR. All right, so the AI had a decent one finally today. 648 on the short of Casa, down to 605. I did not take that, but it's there. Nothing in the trader's eye today. I see there's only actually one stock in it. Hertz looks like it's up. HTZ. What's happening with it? Not an earnings play, is it? Has earnings on the 27th. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the ALVR. I'll look to get back in it if it gets back up over to these levels here into that 840. I know it looks like a chase, but you know, trader mentality, making new highs. The only issue is 855. Look where it got to, 851. And so that got to 855. That's the next high looking left. And that's where it stalled. Meanwhile, well, again, streaming, para, streaming service. I wish it didn't dawn on me when I first saw it that was a streaming service. Wow, what an exciting morning, guys. Now, put on it by Jeffries, okay? You know, we can joke around about these price targets that are put on, but boy, you catch the right one on the right day. I mean, this is the sort of thing that can happen, and it's not a low float. 69 million in the float, so I mean, it's not a low float. Well, I mean, this is just again the next high looking left is 715, so it's through that, no problem, and then 677, 19, 759, 759 looks like the next high looking left. Oh, many scanners, look at my basic new highs, you know, at LLAP. The only reason it didn't get alerted earlier, because I have a count alert on here, but the alert was at 567. If you can see my screen, you can see it right here, basic new highs. So that was the first alert for it from this. Just scrippage higher here, guys. So when I saw this, I thought, okay, you know, man, I'm always checking for news, always checking for news, just to see if there's anything happening. And you know, I saw the $10 price upgrade. Doesn't mean target. It doesn't. There it's halted. Now it's halted. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. But it had a nice day yesterday and big continuation. Oh, yeah, glad I got out of the ALVR. Now, I'll set an alert around 8:23 or so, see if it takes it out later on. So understand, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. I point out things that I see that make sense to you, meets your trading plan, then you do it. If it doesn't, you don't do it. You're in an active trading room, obviously, very active trading room in terms of the, you know, I'm always looking for stocks that have, you know, the potential to put on great percentage increases. I'm not typically interested in, you know, things that are going up 3 or 4%. So definitely waiting to see what the next one that shows up on my option scanner. It does not give too many alerts during the day. You know, maybe only 3 or 4. And the only one, of course, was the ALVR at 9:37. That was the time, and at 7:21. There's the first time. That's the alert. The first time. Oh, PJ, did you hold it? It's the one I was saying I was going to hold if it held well. This was from yesterday. This was from the Trader's Eye yesterday, LWLG. So I held a little bit. I'm not a big swing trader, but held a little bit. Day traded it, and then held some for a potential swing. So if you're in the room yesterday, we were talking about that one. You did not, but you were going to hold it. And why? Because it still had the room. Okay, 1679 up here, and the other, the 1314, it's had to get through that. So the 1679. So I mean, it still has room. It's not a streaming service. Oh, and the CVM guys is moving now too. The CVM is moving now. So if you were in the room 2 days ago, what are we now? Wednesday? So on Monday, had the big pop up, came all the way back down. There was news circulated that maybe the CEO let some private investors know they were going to have a big press release. I'm not in this one. Just waiting for the LLAP to open 10:09:40. So it should open in now. There it is. Stop it. Wow, what a great. Yeah, it was a decent pop from the halt, but now, and we got all the way up to 8. Okay, I'm out of everything now in this one. Out of completely now. It got up to 8, remember, and then it pulled right back. So I'm completely out of this one now. I don't even know if it's shortable for me. And the answer is no, it's not shortable for me. Interactive brokers, which again is great. I knew that. Well, actually, when I got into this, it was not shortable, but sometimes, shorts do become available later, but there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers or LLAP, which is a good thing if you're long something, in my opinion anyway. All right, what's happening with TH? I'm hearing TH. TH is at 7. Wow, just straight up. No action whatsoever in the pre-market. No clue this was going to happen. It's not an earnings play. So hospitality industry, okay. Big resurgence, hopefully that this lasts. Not just with this one, of course, but just in general. Netflix 6 over 220, I'm gone. No, I didn't see it. Didn't see it, Ija. Too much else going on. Yeah, I mean, the only news was the upgrade. Not an upgrade, a price target for the LLAP. That's the only news on it. Now, I guess we should keep an eye on this NOV. This is from Zach's Bounce Plays. It's been moving down though. First alert was at 1945, so it's not that much, not that far below. I remember yesterday we had a lot of the energy plays were doing this, and then they bounced for a while anyway. All right, guys, things have settled down a little bit now for me. I'm not getting too many new alerts. My disappointment really was the ARCT. I was really, no lag here. I was really looking forward to a big crash here because it was at an all-time low, almost. Just didn't happen. Okay, so the Cano, this is another one. Now, they don't all do the same thing, do they? But the Cano had a price target put on at $15 by UBS. Okay, but it didn't. But look at the LLAP, it reacted super positively to that price target of $10, but the Cano did not. So it's not a matter of, oh well, we've got an analyst saying something's going to hit 15 or 10 or and the stock's at 2 or 3. Obviously, just buy it. No. All right, here's one that is moving. This is from the Trader's Eye, guys. If you're, I've got this thing thumbnailed. I've got the top list thumbnailed. IRT. This is a Realty Trust. Somebody asked about a REIT. Well, this is a the TH is moving a little bit here. Problem is you're in chase mode. Certainly on the 15-minute chart, you're in chase mode. The 5-minute chart argument could be made on the 7 break. A little bit of consolidation, but I would like to see more volume coming in to really pop it through. But you're definitely in chase mode here. But looking left, let's take a look. Looking left, what do we see? We have to go back to 2019, October of 2019, before we see these highs. So, I mean, that's quite a while ago. I'm very glad to have gotten out of that ALVR. You could sort of see the way it was stalling. Right around here, it was stalling, stalling, stalling. Yeah, 220 gets me out of Netflix. Let's move on. So who asked that question in the YouTube room? Excuse me. Falcon, you asked that question about REITs. Okay, so this one showed up. IRT showed up as an example. Now I'm not in it, but you know, it looks definitely looks interesting. I mean, it's an all-time high right now. Man, LWLG. PJ, I can't believe you didn't hold it. You started the swing trading tab basically. I can't believe you did not hold it. Yes, Laura. So just click here. Sorry, here. Click from our toolbar, click on New, and then click on Docked Channel Bar. And then where it says Trader's Eye. So what I do is I take this window right there, and I follow it. This is a top list window, and I follow this. And what I did is I took it out, so it's free floating. I'll show you how you can do that. Now you can do it with this one too. This is an alert window. This is a top list window, so it's going to show you the stocks that are in the eye today. And yesterday, surprise is still not in here. I don't know why they took it out, but yesterday, for instance, the LWLG was in. So let me just show you how you can take it out. So if this is the one you want, you right click, duplicate into free floating window. Okay, and this popped up on another monitor. There it is. Now it's outside. The only thing I would do is change that pink. I would right click, symbol linking, and say link to all. Okay, because now when you click on IRT, it'll load in all your charts that you have. Okay. With that pink there, it would only load in this chart. The reason I don't want that, of course, is because I don't need to see this entire channel. I just want to keep a track. I just want to keep track of this one. So I move this out. I close this down. And then I just incorporate this now as part of my layout. Okay, bye Netflix. It was nice. Okay, that makes sense, Laura? So I have this on my other monitor, and I just follow this all day now. Why I want to show you, oh, it's called Trader's Eye. Trader's Eye. TI Trader Eye. Why I want to show you, as opposed to just giving it to you, because, in fact, it's 10:26 right now, so I'll start my TI spiel, is to show you how, not just yourself, but everybody, how you can go to the different channels and extract scans that you might want to incorporate as part of your layout. Somebody asked earlier, what do most people do? I mean, I can't speak for most people, but I'm sure a lot of people, instead of having to create scans from scratch, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and of course, there are a lot of scans in the channel bar. And so that's what you can do. You can just take the scans. Just a minute, please. Well, you can just take the scans and you can load it, save them to the cloud, and then bring them back one at a time and create a layout like that. So you don't even have to know how to create a scan in the first place. Now, as you get more proficient using trade ideas, you may want to create your own scans, but certainly at the beginning, there's really no need. So with that in mind, let us talk about trade ideas in general. So that Easter promotion is finished. Thought it might be extended one day, but it is not. So let me go to my home page. It'll be a more quick one today, guys. Okay, there's just too much action happening. So click on my homepage link, and that's what you're going to see. Now, this Easter promo is not the one you have to use. Well, I better put it in. Fortunately, I can't change this. I have to rely on somebody from Trade Ideas. He may be on vacation. Yikes. Well, I think this is what you'll see. So this is not, you'll have to use this promo code, okay? If you want to get a subscription right now, let me just, so when you click on Get Trade Ideas, so again, you'd have to type in Barry for Alpha, okay? You cannot use this at Easter 20. It is no longer valid. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have an annual and monthly, premium and standard, okay? So basically 4 plans. So the premium, 2,000 less the 15%. The standard is 1,000 less the 15%. Don't take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product, okay? So you can try us out for a month. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month. If you decide you do want to upgrade, we'll honor the 15%, okay? You want to upgrade to an annual, but you don't have to. You can go month to month, that's fine. And actually something to show finally with the AI, a little short of CASA, 648, 615. This is what the AI looks like. This is what the premium service is really all about. There are more things in premium than just the AI. People ask, well, what are the differences? But that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. And it has not been producing for a while. We kept saying though, maybe once we get into earnings season, we'll see a lot more activity. But our standard service is excellent. If you're not into, especially if you're not into auto trading at all, and you're willing to look at some of the scans that I construct and the scans that we have here, our standard service is really, really good. So if you're just starting out with trade ideas though, please do this first. It says, let's get started. It's about 30 minutes long, segmented. Here we all are. 1 of 10, download and installation. 2 of 10, first startup and login. Okay, so if you're just starting out with trade ideas, do that first. So on my homepage, lots of information. You can get the trade of the week, which is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can see them all here. And the education. So if you've taken the Let's Get Started, then you can take a look at the user guide. Now, listen, somebody said, it's so complicated. Yeah, any software program can be super complicated if you want to know absolutely everything there is to know about it. You don't have to. The user guide is all segmented. So if all you want to do is figure out, well, how do I, if I want to create an alert window, or what are the alert windows, just click here. And there's some videos and there's text. Here's the top list window. Okay. You want to create sound alerts, on your different alert windows. So when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. You want to create price alerts on the chart. Okay. So, this is all nicely segmented. You want to learn more about the stock racing. But you don't have to, but there's docking. If you never want to dock, you don't have to. Custom formulas. I would say 0.5% of our customers use custom formulas. You don't have to learn them. Auto trading, forget about it, So, yeah, there's a lot, but you don't have to learn everything. If you click on, well, I guess I needed to have this window just a little bit. There we go. So here's the full table of contents, all searchable. Here's that getting started section. Daily support. So today is Wednesday, so it should be Steve in our YouTube room. I take a break at around noon Eastern, between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over. I believe it'll be Steve today. I will verify that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. And Chris Varley, he'll be there today between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30. So if you haven't had enough of trading or talking about trade ideas, you can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30, and Chris Varley from Trade Ideas will be there. And the daily webinars, so there's not one today. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for all the webinars right here. And last, if you're new to trading, please, this is a great little series. It starts off with what is a stock? All free. So these sections are all free. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas if you want my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. I get a question a lot. What do I use in the pre-market? I've been using this format for years and years and years. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. I rarely miss anything. That is active in the pre-market with these two top list windows. Okay. So a lot of information. The let's get started and my scans and the education. Recommend save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. The ARCT is now turning into a potential long trade. What it's doing here. Yeah, I'm noticing a little bit lag in our charts today. Let me just see if this is. Maybe not. Okay. Anyway, the ARCT is maybe turning into a bit of a long trade. It's come off that 21 now. And remember, it did hit at 33 in the pre-market. It did have news. Headlines looked awesome. But market reacted, once we hit that high and then that high, the market really reacted poorly. So I don't know what you mean the indicators are not moving. So I don't use a lot of indicators on my charts, so I'm not sure what you mean by that. And I probably won't be able to help you with that, Mark. I'm not sure what you mean by that, though, exactly. The only indicators, like what indicator? Netflix? Okay, let's take a look at Netflix. My 2-minute chart. So when you say indicators not moving, what indicators as an example? Yeah, so I don't have VWAP on my charts. Okay, so I don't have VWAP. I just had the VWAP up here, but I don't have the VWAP on my charts. Well, SMA, okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be there. There's a 20 SMA. Now, when you say if I look at it again, I'm surely it's going to move. Meanwhile, CRXT, look out! Look at this one go now, guys. What was the news on that one early this morning? CRXT gap up. I don't have any reason. They did a presentation. They're saying they're going to present, so maybe they have. People are reacting well. That I'm not aware of at all regarding. Because normally when I click on an alert, and of course, when you say refresh, I mean now this should be exactly these indicators should be correct, but I don't know. I have to admit I don't really pay that much attention. So, but you know what? Why don't you send something to support, or you go to our homepage and complain and see what they say. I just can't help. I mean, if that's what's happening, then there's no fix. Meanwhile, yeah, the CRXT is just exploding. Look at the volume coming in. Low float, 7.5. Look at that volume, 53 million. Look at the volume that's coming in. 12 million right here. Big volume explosion. All right, what is trade ideas? As I try to continue. So what we are a scanner. Again, obviously people who have been in the room for a while, they know exactly what trade ideas is, but there are going to be new people who are not trade ideas subscribers. So I do have to go through this every day briefly. So what we are a scanner. Scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. So I already showed you that I am sharing my scans, and we have a lot of scans that we created up here. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, these are all themed based channels. So I click on the momentum channel as an example. Okay, so if you like this, if you thought, man, I wouldn't mind seeing what this one is all about, any one of the scans that I've got, or any scan that you see here, if you want to see what it's about, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. And that's going to tell you these are the filters, and this is the alert. This is the alert. So if these filter values are met, stocks between 1 and 50, etc., and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay. So if you like this one the way it is, but you can, of course, you can make adjustments. You didn't like the price range, for instance. You want to make it between 10 and 100. Click on OK. See how it's changed? Say OK. So now it's 10 and 100. So all I'm trying to show you, I mean, if you like it the way it is, you can just save it to the cloud. Or if you want to make some changes before you save it to the cloud, go ahead. And that, of course, is with my scans too. So the idea now is just to go to the different channels and start taking a look, maybe extracting different scans that you might like. And then you can bring them back one at a time, and thereby creating a layout of scans that we have basically created for you. Okay? Well, it depends on the alert, Mike. I mean, so the momentum scanner is always for a new high. Okay, depends on the channel. Some are pullbacks. So I mean, I'm a momentum player, so I want to see things making new highs. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean I chase them, but had I seen this TH a little bit earlier, around that 7 mark, basing a little bit, then it pops to make a new high. You can take that trade if you want. So far, a good exit by me on that Netflix short. The 220 mark was the key for me. So, Mike, but you can create a scan that shows you stocks that have pulled back, as an example. But I am, the scans that you see here, and that momentum scanner, those are stocks making new highs for the day. But look at LLAP as an example. That made a new high for the day. But did that mean it was going to stop? Obviously not in this case. The first alert came in at 567. Okay, 567. So right there. You might have said, well, it's a new high. Why do I want to take it? I'm not saying that just because a stock made a new high that it's going to keep making new highs. Of course not. But a lot of times, especially early on when a stock's got momentum, and as long as the volume keeps up, the momentum can just keep going. But that's my style of trading. That doesn't have to be yours. You know what it was? I now know why my charts were taking a little bit longer. I now know. So you can have, I mean, in theory, when you go to the dog channel bar, you can have, in theory, every single one of these layouts loaded. Now I can go momentum. Okay. So here it is. Then I go back to the new dock channel bar, and I can pick another one, the trader's eye. So you notice I've got 2 layouts loaded. There's this one, there's this one. In theory, you can have as many, but what happened is I had a couple of layouts loaded, and especially that sector status. And because that sector status is a topless window that's looking at probably 500 stocks, it was really slowing down my system. Because see right now, back to normal, back to normal. If that makes any sense to any one of you. The whole idea of the way we designed this in the new and then dock channel bar is you can surf now through the channels. You see, before when you would click on something from the channel bar, your layout would disappear. You couldn't have your layout. See how my layout is still here I can click on momentum and my layout, you can see it's still underneath. In the old days, my layout would disappear. So it really, prevented people, who maybe who have wanted maybe to surf through the channels during the day, they just wouldn't do it because it was a real pain. So that's why we created this new way of doing it. But that doesn't mean you should have, a lot of layouts loaded at the same time. Otherwise, your system will bog down. All right, so let me keep going here. Let me just show you what the AI looks like. Actually, I should one other thing. If you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. I've been just showing you that we create a lot of scans for you, including the scans that I am sharing. But if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on this alert window and click on configure and then click on search, when you see these icons, these are all the alerts that we have. And when you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. So this is what we, as a company, they decided instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, they thought, okay, most people do not want to do that. So try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Now, again, you don't have to learn them all. I probably only use about, I don't know, 1%, 2% of the alerts and filters. That's it. You don't have to learn them all. You just kind of, now, if you want to see what they're all about, then you just go up here, click on New High, and then click on the Help. When you do that, you'll be brought to this page, and there's a description about what they're all about. You don't have to learn them all. We obviously have to have a lot of different ones because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So we feel that we've created enough different alerts and filters for the majority of our customers. They can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. So again, you might think, wow, it's too difficult. How am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. Now, I can actually show you something from the AI today. This is what the AI looks like. So if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on New and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, that's the window. Just don't complicate it. This is the only window you should look at, in my opinion. The alerts come in. How you trade them will be up to you. So here is a short. There was the entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. I never take anything unless I look at a chart. Be it from the AI or my alerts that I get. So you look at it. If it makes sense to your trading plan to do something like this, then you take the trade. And you have an exit, or sorry, you have should have a stop here. No, I'm sorry. There's your stop. So it's kind of laid out for you. You have an exit, or sorry, your entry was 648. Your stop was 673. How you trade it will be up to you. Again, the AI has been pretty bleak for the last few weeks, so maybe it'll start picking up again. Yeah, in order to see the AI window, you need our premium service. Yes. The last, look at Indo, guys. This one. I mean, this again, only 1.89 million in the float, and it is ripping here from 23 to 27, but it's a very, very, very low float. I don't have a scanner like that, Jerry, but it's pretty, if I give you, let me just show you something here. Um, okay, biggest pullbacks winners. You can take a look at something like this. These are stocks that were flying high. They're still up at least a certain percent, but have pulled back. Okay. Now the pullback, you could construct it so that the pullback was around 20%. Just using our position in range, days range, but you can take a look at this. I mean, this might be something you're interested in. Okay, I'll just let me just share it with you. I'm not a big pullback player. That's why I don't have it up and running. Okay, but you can take a look at it. You can adjust it. Maybe to a different price range, different volume. So I want to talk a little bit about this window, this big blue window. We call this Brokerage Plus. Yeah, we do. Just to put we do have. I mean, you can also construct your own. Um, okay, so we do have some pullback alerts. Okay, you can take a look at this if you click on an alert window and click on search, and then just click on and then type in pull. You'll see the pullbacks that we have. You can try these too. Not 20%, but 20. So you can try these. I've never used these, again, because I'm not a pullback player, but they do exist. All right, so this Brokerage Plus link that I put in, when you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, only if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Please don't ask about other brokerage firms. I have no idea if or when that's going to happen. Okay, so right now it's E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. And this is only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this window is not available. And you notice it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath there are two options. One says live, one says simulation. So obviously you would click on, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you click on live, and then you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account. You have to watch that short video. It shows you how. The second video, or the second video in that link goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. All right, the floater, I'm just going to go over, or I was going to show you how you can take a trade. Because what I really like to showcase is as a simulator, okay? Because if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you'd like to maybe test, maybe you've created an alert window and a bit of a strategy, and you want to see how well it might work, you can test it in our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you haven't decided who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service and you're way to go. Okay. Yeah, it will have, okay, so you need, depends on the version you're on, the floater. So what I would do is make sure you're on the latest version, the latest beta. Oh, it is on 7.9. Okay. What you have to do is, hopefully this is the fix, is expand the window. Okay. So right now, if I shrink it, I'm not going to see this end. Okay, so I have to expand it. So if you had the previous version before, like I did too, because I had to expand this window, in order to see the send. Okay, so let me know if that worked. Just by grabbing the right edge. Okay, good. So yeah, so now there's an extra step. I don't like it, but it's just the way it is. There's an extra step. Let me just take a look at a trade, something here. So let's just say I wanted to trade L, okay? The spread, I'm just demonstrating how you would do it. All right, so I'm going to say, let's do 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. The spread's only a penny. So I click the buy button and I have market here. Buy at the market. Now I have to, oh, before I do that, I have to make sure I'm in simulation. I might have to do this over. Let me see if that worked though. Yeah, it took it. So the first step is let me back up. I'm going to get out of this trade. No, I'll keep it, but let me back up. I'm going to disconnect. Okay, so this is what you'll see. So the first thing you do is click on sim, and then it's going to say account. And then you click on the account, and now click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. So here's how you can practice trading. And also you can practice swing trading, because if I don't get out of this trade by the end of the day, it'll carry over to tomorrow. And I think there may be a limit to how many days, but I don't know what it is. But you can certainly practice swing trading using our simulator. So I can't emphasize enough. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Give me a moment here. What time is it? 11 o'clock. What a fast morning. The mornings always go fast, of course, when there are exciting trades to look at. Okay, so what you're saying, Martin, is that you put in, say, a conditional buy order. In other words, maybe something that's lower than the current price or above the current price. Is that what you mean? So let me show you. I mean, if this is what you mean. So let's take a look at another. Let's take a look at ALVR as an example, okay, or LLAP. Oh, well, I can't. Well, I can't cancel. I'm in the trade, so I have to flatten it. You mean to get out of the trade? I mean, flatten gets you out of the trade, so I don't know what you mean by cancel. You can't cancel it once you're in the trade. So I'm not sure. Is this semantics? Well, okay, I don't understand what you mean when you say, how do you cancel it, but you're not wanting to sell it, but you're in the trade? I don't understand what you mean. Again, this might be semantics, but when you're in the trade, what do you mean by canceling it? You're already in the trade. Ah, okay, so I'm in this trade. So that's what I was going to demonstrate. So a conditional order. So let's take a look at LLAP. So let's just say I wanted to trade this LLAP if it got up to this level here, okay? 630, okay? I think that's what you mean. So you pick how many shares again. We'll do 500 shares. Now this time I'm going to click on market, stop limit. I'm going to put those two prices in here. I can probably even click up. Well, I'm just going to type it in here, 630. Oops. Give me a moment. And here also. Okay, and now I buy it, but now I have to hit the send button. Now you're going to see a blue line. Okay, the blue line appears right above that. Now, if I don't want to do it anymore, then I just go to the orders. And now you see it's right there. I right click on it, highlight it, right click on it, and cancel the order. So you have to have the orders tab. If you don't, so let me know if you could do all that, if you followed what I was doing. Okay. So that's a way. I mean, a lot of people like that. They either put a conditional buy order if it pulls back to a certain price that they'd like to see it, or if it takes out a certain level on top, they'd like to they take the trade there. But of course, at any point you can cancel it. So I'm also going to show again. I'm just going to briefly talk about money management. When you get into a trade, first of all, you should have some kind of a checklist. You know, you have to establish some kind of a trading plan. A trading plan could be, okay, I only want to trade stocks in this certain price range, has to have this minimum volume. It has to, and you should have a bit of a checklist. Unless you can check every box, don't take the trade. Now, most of the things that I see, most of the boxes are already checked because all my scans are designed, and I'm never going to see something outside of a price range that I would like to trade. I'm never going to see something that has no volume. I'm never going to see anything that doesn't have the good relative volume. So a lot of the things are already checked in the scans that I design. And then after that, I click, and then because I am a momentum trader, most of the things that I see are going to be near the highs or lows of the day. And now that's why I have these daily, weekly, and monthly charts. So I can look left to see, okay, where is the next high? I mean, where could it keep going until it hits that next high if I'm going long something? Okay. Now, your checklist can be completely different from mine, but you have to establish some kind of a trading plan like that. So once you've got that, and that's why you got to practice, 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 practice. Because at the beginning, of course, you don't have a trading plan. You have no idea what type of trader you are. Do you want to be a momentum trader? Do you want to be somebody who, or only looks at pullbacks? Things like that. And when you first start out, you just don't really know. That's why you've got to practice. So assuming then you can check all the boxes, now you get into the trade. The next step is, okay, how I trade, and I don't teach trading so much, but I firmly believe that every time you take a trade, you should have a stop. In other words, if the trade doesn't work, where am I going to get out? What price am I going to get out if the trade doesn't work? And that's difficult sometimes, especially when you're new. The way I like to do it is I kind of size up on a chart where I no less than a 5-minute chart, where I think there's some support. And if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. And just move on. Don't get stubborn and say, well, this was such an excellent setup. It has to work. They don't all have to work. Even the greatest setup with the greatest news in history don't necessarily work. Now, what I would suggest, and this is really coming from real, to make it easy on yourselves when you first start trading, maybe put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. You don't have to kind of, I guess, well, is this support or is that support or is this support? That low of the previous 5-minute candle, that is a defined number. Why is this important? Well, If now you grasp the concept and you agree with the concept of placing a stop when you get into a trade, the next step is, well, how many shares am I going to take? Well, how many shares you take, for me, it's always going to be defined by my entry, and I haven't put the stop in yet, so I'm going to put the stop in, and I'm just doing this to make the math easy. Remember, I got in at 5:30. I'm going to put the stop 20 cents away, not because every trade I take has a 20-cent stop, but I just want to make this math easy. You'll see a red line will appear and approximate, well, in fact, right on $100, okay? So why does that say minus 100? It's not magic. The other aspect is, okay, if I get into a trade and it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade dollar-wise? So the way I trade is I always have about the same amount that I'm risking every trade. I don't risk $100 one trade, 1,000 the next, 500 the next, 50 the next. I always try to keep how much I'm risking per trade about the same, within reason, every single trade. In the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. That's what I'm demonstrating. So that's why I took 500 shares. If the difference between the entry, 530, the stop, 520, is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So that's why I took 500 shares. So you can see that every trade you take, you're not going to be taking the same number of shares. That will be defined by the difference between your entry and your stop. So there's a little bit math on the go. That's why you've got to practice. And then the next step, of course, is trying to obey your stop. So in the simulator, practice, practice, practice until you can make money in a simulator. Forget about if you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. Okay, it just will not happen. And unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't mean absolutely that okay, you're going to make money when you start trading your account, because now, I mean, it's easy to get out. It's easy for me to just get out of this trade, take a loss, and it's only play money. But when you're now attached to your live account, here's the first thing that could happen. You got all excited, you take that first trade, you were able to check every box, everything looked fantastic. And it starts working against you. And then you start second guessing. Well, I know that I put my stop at the low of that previous 5-minute candle, but maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe that was too tight a stop. So because this setup was so awesome. So you start disobeying your stop. That $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell. And for a bigger loss than you should have taken. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's just human nature. You get stubborn. If it happens enough time, you'll be wiped out. Okay, so that's a sad reality. Ooh, the YVGR. That was the early one. So look what happened, guys. Remember, I put that conditional buy order for the LLAP, and so it took the trade. Now, the same thing would apply. There was my entry. I put the conditional buy order at 631. I would have to have a stop also. Okay, I would have to know where my stop is. If I took the trade, but where would I get out if it didn't work? Now right now, obviously what I would have done, I would take the trade, I would put the stop in, and then let's go, and then manage the trade. Now I can get out of a trade. I'm just going to I want to show you these are hotkeys. I want to get out of a trade. I just flatten it. I wanted to leave this in here though, just to show you how that worked. So it took me out of the trade. That is not, there's something going on. It's haywire. That's not a $322 loss. It's more like 100. I don't know what's going on. To be honest, I just don't know what's going on. That wouldn't happen, connected to your live account, but something's going on in the simulator. fact, I'm going to have to just create what we call a ticket to show them that it's constantly happening. In fact, I'm just going to do a screenshot. Now, the other thing that can happen, almost as bad, is not obeying your stop. And now you're down to $300, $400, $500, and then it does come back, and then all of a sudden you're up to $300, $400, and you're patting yourself on the back for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can happen. Okay. And I've done it. I think maybe I won't obey it this time. And now this has not happened in years, but when I first started out, I was very diligent about trying to obey my stop, but you can get really stubborn. There's 100, okay, but now I'm only down 110. It's only 120. It's only 130, 150. And then you get that sinking feeling, as you start losing more and more money than you were planning to lose on the trade. And then it comes back. Now you're happy. Okay. All I'm saying is that, over time, I learned obey your stop. You can always get back into the trade. For all the reasons why you got back in the first place, maybe they occur later on. You can always get back into the trade. So that's it, guys. Practice trading. Okay. Can't try to hammer that point home. You just practice trading until you can do it in a simulator. Okay, Mark. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just can't help you. Shoot. I should be in this YVGR. Wow. Well, thank you for saying that about an honest trading room. Yeah, we strive, of course. Everything is above board here. There's no pump and dump. I don't know if you guys happen to see. I shouldn't mention it. Real. Did you happen to see that about Warrior happened yesterday? Check it out. 3 million, which seems like a pittance, but just a minute. Hey, you just got to find it. Just give me a second, real. Nah, man, I missed this VRXT. It should be in it. Yeah, listen, guys. I should not have mentioned it here. I only brought it up because somebody said that this is the only honest trading room they found, and this was something that hit yesterday. So I really shouldn't have mentioned it. Okay, what is happening now? I'm just going to check to see. Yeah, the VYGR. I mean, I would have loved to have taken that one. Yeah, Tesla should be really interesting this afternoon. They release earnings after hours, should be really interesting. I see it's just broken down below 1,000 again. Yeah, Mike, I mean, that's one of the few rules we have. I mean, there's some rules obviously, but yeah, we don't talk about how much money we make. We don't talk about how many shares we took. Man, is Riot, what is Riot now? Wow, Riot, look at Riot going all the way back to, this 320 level. I mean, no, I don't mean it's going down to 320. I'm just saying, remember where this was from 320 all the way up to $79 in what, 5 months or so, and then coming all the way back down. Both Mara and Riot just, and that this is really, I mean, Bitcoin has dropped, but these have dropped way more percentage wise. So let me just do this. Uh, okay. Luckily, my cat missed my keyboard, so I was expecting a lot of erroneous typing, but she actually stepped over it. Oh my goodness! Just shoot, just a minute, guys. She got a hold of that one. Just a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, I just wanted to pass this on. But basically what it's doing, it's doubling the loss, okay? This loss should be 165 in the simulator, and it's basically doubling it for some reason. And this is in the simulator. All right, guys, 11:26. So I am going to confirm that it will be Steve in our YouTube room when I do take my break in about half an hour. Boy, I did not take this one, but what a great bounce for the ARCT. I did not take it. I was talking about this is turning into a long. It's still down, only 6% now, though. All right, guys. Well, I finally exited my LWLG. I was hoping may get a little further above on that when it hit 1350, but as it started to come down, so I'm no longer in that swing of LWLG. May look at it later. Well, it's a crazy stock. I mean, look at the press release for it. I mean, it looked awesome. I mean, 95% efficacy. I mean, when you look at that first press release, and well, not the first press release, just the press release, and it got up to $33, and then it collapsed, but then it popped up again. It took, that was the third 15-minute candle, but right back up to 30, and it collapsed again. So very interesting. And it's a low float, 22 million in the float, so probably got a little bit to do with it, but it didn't make any sense to me. REI, let's take a look. REI from David in our YouTube room, or David. Yeah, good volume coming into REI. Yeah, I mean, this is an energy play, of course. A lot of volume coming in. 69 million in the float, not crazy low, not crazy high. Next high is looking left. 554 in the monthly chart. So this is, yeah, it's got some room still. Wow, CRXT just keeps, yeah, here's another one, guys. Look at this. I thought that said Santa Claus Therapeutics. Claris Therapeutics. PJ, really, I had no idea you were a conservative. No idea. That's four ha-has, good. Or four ha's. You know, this IRT from the Trader's Eye, this is the only one I'm kind of interested in. I mean, it's probably a super slow mover. You know, 219 million in the float, so it's super slow mover, but it's an all-time high. You know, it's interesting, definitely interesting. This is from the Trader's Eye. You know, could it inch its way up? Okay, one moment, please. MTB. Let's take a look at MTB. Boy, that used to be a super active stock. I haven't seen it for a while. Or maybe I'm thinking of another one because I don't normally trade this price range. But yeah, look at this. Big popping, big popping here. So it's actually an earnings play pre-market. Yeah, so it was an earnings play. No big reaction pre-market. And now look at it popping. Let me back this out because I thought this was a lot cheaper. Yeah, I used to. No, it's 2009. No, I must be thinking of something else because I would not normally be looking at a stock like this. So I must be thinking about another one. Ooh, CRXT, look at that float, 7 million in the float. That's why it can happen, guys. 107 million shares have traded. 10 times the, well, more than 10 times the float. Maybe 13 times the float. I just can't take it right now. Could have taken it right there on that break right there, 256. Does not trade options. I'm just looking to see if it would have shown up on my option scanner, but it doesn't trade options, so it's not trade, doesn't show up there. You know, there's no news today. I mean, this is the news from yesterday for Claris. Okay, and this is maybe just a delayed reaction. I mean, you know, there was really no reaction yesterday, but it will be presented on April, you know, between, so what's happening here, obviously, or, you know, traders are looking at this and going, okay, would they be presenting something if it wasn't good? So April 21st to 23rd, I guess that's the only reason. Okay, give me a moment. My headset is just dying on me. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Surprised this is not halted yet. It didn't get halted maybe on that pop, but obviously didn't go up fast enough in that time period. Yeah, Larry, with the CCJ and other uranium plays, I think, didn't I see something from your government saying something about shoring up some facilities, nuclear facilities? Oh, they've been faster for a while now, David. Yes. Question in our YouTube room regarding the speed of our charts. They've been faster for a while. I don't know if they came in the development notes or not, but I mean, they've been faster for quite a while. All right, I might be looking for another entry in this one. Maybe over 13 again. This is a pullback here. Let's see if it takes out 13 again for the LWLG. All right, guys. As I said, I kind of like this IRT. I'm not telling anybody to take it, but it's at a lifetime high. It's in the trader's eye. So, and yes, I confirmation that it is Steve in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. So Steve will be there. You too, Dak. Nice to finish early. Lucky you. Yeah, CVM, you're right. Another new high for CVM. Again, this is what traders are looking at. Could it happen again? A couple of days ago, got up to that 612. I still have not seen anything from the company saying, hey, CEO did not do it. So I don't know. Yeah, I'd be careful shorting this though. I mean, are there shorts available at Interactive Brokers? Let me just see. Yeah, a lot of shorts available, but I'd be, all traders are looking at is what happened 2 days ago. That's all they're looking at, this 6 level. Okay, could it happen again? Yeah, there's a lot, well, 200,000 at Interactive Brokers to short. Okay, guys, take these sort of comments off topic, okay, Esther? Just take them off topic. All we want to talk about here is specific stock symbol, as opposed to, could have made way more, dude, things like that. Not picking on you specifically. It's just we try to keep this for stocks, literally the stock symbol, and that's it. And everything else is off topic. Well, there's the CVM guys over 4 now. So again, I'd be, you're looking to short this, just be careful because again, there's your magnet, 614. I'm not saying it's getting to 614, but that's what traders are looking at. Could it happen again? And the longer this holds over 4, and look at the volume. And this is the biggest volume bar of the day, on the 15-minute chart. Look at that. Just watching this, seeing how well it holds this 4 level. I mean, look at the volume. The volume is just pouring in. Look at the 5-minute. I'm talking about the CVM. So the beat is going off. The beat is going off as a sympathy play for the CRXT. That's what you're saying, Zach. Wow, did this ever get beaten up? I don't believe this really happened. It's hard to believe that it went from 70 to what's that date? 20821. Yeah, so this changed symbols or something like that because this is February of 2021, and then the next week it's November. So something happened. For beat, BEAT. I'm just looking at this big gap down. I mean, so it's not like beat was. It must have changed symbols or company or something to that effect. Because again, if you look at that monthly chart, look at the weekly chart right there, February of 2021, and the next week here is November. No, I'm wrong. Wait a minute. What is the, I'm not sure how we're designating. I always go month first. So maybe I'm wrong. Well, here's my answer right here. So daily. No, okay. So no, I'm right. This is April. So the month first. So this month is February, and then this month is November. So this is, I don't know what happened here for Beat IPO. So, okay, so they assume that symbol. Thank you, Casa. Just watching the CVM, see how well it holds over this 4 level. EE 2492. Yeah, not bad. 2492. This is from Zach's bounce scan. Now the alert was at 2492. It got down to 2466. So even if you waited for 2492 to come back to that first alert, not bad. Might have a shot to that 2580. That's where the resistance is. Yeah, CRXT, back in the hunt again, as you say, hunting for that high right there. Not in it. Boy, look at that pullback. I mean, that's a big pullback, 390, right back down to 3. That's a big pullback percentage wise. That was my fault, real. It was totally my fault. All right, guys. Well, I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. I'm just keeping an eye on the CVM. If it breaks over 4 again, it's starting to drift down a little bit. Just watching it to see if it can hold that 4 level. Yeah, because I think if it gets over 4 again, could have a bit of a run. 404. I've got an alert set at 404, and see if it takes it out. And the volume. I mean, there's that volume. IRT is, working. It's just inching its way up a little bit. Nothing spectacular, but well, the beat goes on. I had to say it, guys. I had to say it. The low float, yeah, 3.9 million in the float. All right, guys, well, beat. I mean, there's really no, well, I shouldn't say that. Let me back this out on the weekly chart and see what sort of 257, 257, 257 is the next high looking left. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high looking left for beat. And as Zach is saying, beat off CRXT. Sympathy play, I guess. All right, so again, with the CVM, I have an alert set up here around 404. Okay, 404, right around here. It's pulling back, pulling back. Key level, of course, to hold would be about 380. And if it can base and then pop through here, it may give us a trade. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up now. 11:54. So what I'm going to do, just put the announcement in that I'll be taking my break. I'm still here. I'm not on mute yet, obviously, but Well, you got to keep watching this CVM, guys. I mean, listen, super risky, okay? 41 million, I mean, that's not crazy low, but again, it's just this little magnet up here of 618. See if that really, really propels it. I'm not in it, so I'm not in it yet. I'm waiting for maybe a 4 break and see if that starts getting it running, especially if we still get the volume. You know, kind of like that, guys. So again, it's up to you. So it's over the VWAP, 381, and there's the 200 day, so that's not an issue. It's over the VWAP. Can you give me a moment, please? All right, guys, I'm just, again, just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room. This CVM is, boy, that ARTC, or CT, sorry, ARCT, what a bounce. What a bounce. Look at this from 1925. I mean, it's gone positive now. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, remember, 33 pre-market, all the way down to 18, and now it's popped $7, and it's actually gone positive now. It's a low float, 22 million for $25 stock, very low. Only one in the option scanner, but it was a doozy so far. I hear a little beep. That means that Steve is in the room.
You're getting good at this, Barry.
Oh yeah, well I have that little telltale beep that I'm here now is trained to hear. Oh, do you want to take over now?
Oh, sure. You ready for that smoothie?
Yeah.
All right, let me share. Let me share my desktop.
All
Hang
right.
on a second. Make sure I get
And
that out of the way.
I'll just put the YouTube link in the other room so they can head over there.
All right, that should be good.
Perfect. Okay, Steve, I will mute myself now.
Right on. Thank you. Successful handoff on our new studio. Makes it a lot easier. And we can bring people in and out. Multiple streams. Very cool. So anyway, hello everybody. Happy Wednesday to the Trade Ideas family. I'm actually taking the rest of the week off. Today's my Friday. I'll be gone in Utah through Sunday, which means there will be a Trade of the Week email, but no Trade of the Week TikTok video. Speaking of, trade of the week this week is being a little bit of a bug. Still holding in there. It's in the range of not being stopped out, but would love to see some follow through. The oil sector kind of just fell short real quickly. Here's a fun one. The trade of the week 2 weeks ago that never triggered is now on the roll. So a good reminder for people, if you get a trade of the week and you're watching it, click that heart button up there in the chart. What that does is it guarantees that that it shows up in your My Liked symbols. And I use this scan a lot. It's constantly being cleaned up and cleaned out and added to. As far as the market goes, I've got some thoughts, of course. I did a video over the weekend that basically, I'll call it was this day right here. And we need my drawing pen. All right, so the video that I did over the weekend, Thursday last week actually, just was very concerned about this chop that we've got in the NASDAQ below the critical 50-day moving average. So fast forward to yesterday, Monday, a little bit of scariness for the longs, like I was trying to let go, and then boom, a big intraday rally right into the declining 10 and the 50-day moving average on the Qs. And then back today, we were slammed at the 50 on the daily, and we were pulling back. And curiously enough, look, we've got our 50-day on the intraday on the daily chart, and my 5-day average here on my 15-minute chart, which I just say is nothing more than an area of interest. And if we look at that area of interest, we can see that buyers are kind of stepping in, trying to defend this. But before the hour is over here, I have a feeling that we'll have a resolution on what's happening right here, this little pinch. We're either going to break out of it or we're going to break down. Personally, I wouldn't mind a breakdown, as I am long SQQQ in another account. Actually bought it down here, added to it up here, and I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens. What would get me out of the SQQ as a market short? I'll tell you exactly what will get me out of the SQQ. That would be if the regular NASDAQ, the Qs, find a way to get back above this 50 and close above it. I will close that SQQ position. I'll put a stop in there since I'm leaving town and just let it work. But today, the NASDAQ is the weakest of the three. We've got the SPY really trying to hold up there above their 5-day moving average. On the daily chart, the SPY is running into a brick wall of the 20 and the 200. Lots of overhead resistance here at the 448.50 level in the SPY. And then lastly, on the small cap land, that seems to be where the interest and the excitement is today. This is the best looking index on the daily chart. It broke above its 50. It's trading above its 20. Intraday here, it's following a nice little pattern on the, there's the gap, and there it catches the 10 SMA, back up, catch the 10 SMA, back up, catch the 10 SMA, until it no longer does that at some point. And then we'll see what happens. But the NASDAQ's definitely trying to lead the market lower today, probably most likely due to Netflix horrible earnings, which I will not cry a tear for. I can't stand this company. So that's a good looking chart if you're not a fan of Netflix. But consequently, IBM, also a tech stock, had great earnings, and they're going the opposite direction. Story today, guys, if you're not aware, Tesla is a big one, and it's got earnings after market. And I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't think Tesla is going to make people happy. It just feels like we're getting ready for a disappointment in Tesla. We've got kind of lower highs here on the intraday. Zoom in a little bit. We broke that 20. We can't get above the 20. Big red candles today. I would be very careful. If you're holding Tesla, be aware that you have earnings today. And if you have anything EV related out there, charging stations or EV cars or batteries or lithium stuff, if Tesla disappoints tonight, that's going to take a sector down with it. So be careful about that. But I really have nothing as I go on vacation. And that's the way I like it. Don't have to worry about stuff. I'd rather walk in the wild. So what do you guys want to talk about? What do you guys want to look at? think if the SPYs just break this 10 SMA at some point here in the middle of the day, then that just might signal that the bounce from yesterday's follow through is waning. Did any of you guys see this infographic yet? It's been passed around on social media, and I used it yesterday in my webinar. You cannot escape this, guys. If you're new to trading, you've got to be aware of what you're in for. You're in for a lot of self-reflection, a lot of self-improvement in terms of finding out where your weak spots are, because trading is going to find your emotional weak spots and exploit them. If you're somebody who's stubborn and greedy, it's going to hurt. If you're somebody who's fearful and afraid to pull the trigger, you're going to miss out. If you don't like making your own decisions, you're going to get hurt, because you've got to be decisive, but at the same time be unemotional. Good, David and Daniel. So for anybody that hasn't, this is the period that everybody gets hooked on the dopamine rush of trading, watching accounts grow, and then they go for it, and then they lever up, whatever you want to say, but they do so without a plan. And then they realize real quickly, either I don't want to be a part of this, or I'm going to figure this out and stick it out and try and find a way and grind through this. Then you discover better risk management starts to help. You discover finding a trading plan that works for you and your time frame. And then most importantly, the psychology of yourself and the psychology of the market. You start to realize you're basically just trading herd psychology out there. And I will tell you, it doesn't really, it depends on who you are. Some people, it comes faster than others, but it's going to take, I'll call it 6 to 12 months for a new trader to go through the beginner's luck phase and all the pain and anguish and self-reflection, and then dialing in your strategy. That can take 6 to 12 months. So just be aware of that if you're a new trader. It's a lot to learn. Oh, you could just screenshot that. Good job, Pete. Anybody else that misses it, you can rewind, replay, and screenshot it. Yeah, that's one of the, Ryan's correct. That's one of the first mistakes that most new traders make, is they get that lovely beginner's luck, whether it's off of Reddit or a Furu or a FinTech or friend or somebody. They got them and they get them to taste the dopamine rush of money pouring into your account. It's a lot of fun. And that initial rush is not good, because it forces, it makes people overconfident. That's when you start to learn the risk management part of it. Everybody's done it. I did it. I can tell you the names of the symbols I did it with back in the late 90s, where I just held on to it because I said, no, there's real networks. This is going to be the future, man. This video and internet, real networks. And I rode the thing from like 90 down to like 50, 40. And then it was just a lesson in what I say all the time, is the chart confirming the story. And if the chart confirms the story, stay in. But if you're riding a horrible downtrend day after day, every now and then you get a false pop of hope, and then it just gets squashed by the next day, you're just on the wrong side, and you got to get out. You got to clear the decks, clear the mind, regroup, refocus, and start understanding risk management better. So the SPY are trying to kind of break their little momentum here. IWM still above, but I'm going to imagine the Qs are close to lows, and they are. Yeah, Ryan, also 3 times inverses as a beginner. That can be a tough one. The idea as a beginner is to not jump in with 1,000 shares. It's to jump in with 200 shares and get punched in the face a few times and start to learn the ropes and figure out, what it takes. I've seen people, they're impatient, they're greedy, and they blow up their account because they were successful at whatever other endeavor they attempted. But this is like no other endeavor anyone has ever attempted. It's you against yourself. There's no one right way to do it. Barry does it one way, I do it another way. Andy does it kind of a similar way than I do. But we all use trade ideas to help give us the information we want to see. 2014, what was going on in 2014? I guess that's when you started. All right, let's see, we got some questions here. TRD, I want to ask about investing. I was thinking about ETF or REITs. Do you have any suggestions for a portfolio? Well, I can't give you financial advice, but I will tell you this. REITs are probably a good idea. IYR is the ETF for REITs. Looks like a pretty good chart, huh? Compared to what we've been seeing. IYR was actually the trade of the week right there, but it never triggered. It chopped and chopped, and now the chart is confirming my story. What's my story? My story is people and funds and money managers, they're looking for yield. And I don't know if you read any articles, but Q1 2022, hedge fund managers suck. They can't figure it out either. It's been a very difficult first quarter. And they got to put money to work. Their mandate is to not sit in cash and collect fees. Their mandate is to put money to work so they can collect their silly fees. So where are they going? They're probably going looking for yield, looking for dividends, and that is where the REITs will play. All I'm going to say is I have no specific advice for you. You could look at the IYR as a benchmark for the REITs, and I think you can all agree that this action right here is very opposite of the action we're having, in the NASDAQ right now. So this is a safe haven. Money is looking to flow into real estate investment trusts, whichever ones you want to pick up on your own or your call. That's public storage. There's a lot of them out there, but you could take let's see, similar to PSA. Okay, you take our single stock window, similar to public storage. We can go down the list here and look at a lot of these additional names. So I'm not going to recommend anything individually, but I'm going to tell you that sector looks like it's ready to hang on. As the Qs go to low here, IYR, real estate REITs, money is looking for yield. Money is looking for safety. So I hope that helps. TRD, IYR is something that you can look at, but that's a basket of many, many names. You might find some individual names in there that you like. All right. Looks like we're caught up there. I'm seeing a lot of red coming through my S&P, new high lows, which means the S&Ps are probably now dripping below that 15-minute 10 SMA, and looks like we're going to maybe run out of a little room here, run out of a little steam. So I basically have nothing really going on in my portfolio. I've got a lot of silver. I've got SQQ in another account. I'm short Disney in another account. I was basically short Disney the day before, rode this up, and then the Netflix news really helped my Disney because Disney's streaming, another one of my not so favorite companies. Thank you, TRD. Just try to help. I can't help people make money all the time, but I can certainly help you save money and hold on to money and make mistakes cheaper and things like that. Oh, well, speaking of, try to help people make some money. This is what we're watching. Okay, if you're not aware, if you're new, this should be available to you. All you have to do is go to a new channel bar, a docked channel bar, that is, and go to the Trader's Eye. We're not really touting this yet. We're still kind of dialing it in. But these are the stocks that came through today. This particular, the Eye, okay, this is the exact same scan as this, okay? But I'm just showing you guys a layout that you could incorporate. You could run races on it and see who's doing the best out of the ones that we're picking. And these have come to us in real time. We have a symbol list that's probably longer than that, but as the market opens and the chaos ensues, we start to see what's shaping up and what's looking good. So here we are with the NASDAQ down 1.5%. SPYs are flat on the day. IWM is probably barely, yeah, it's positive on the day. So big bifurcation over there. So technology stocks, again, are having a hard time. But Trader's Eye, what we're watching, BKI, whatever, software publisher, whatever. This is something that we saw. And we saw the nice consolidation right off the 10 SMA. And the minute it broke through this morning, it was added to that list on the fly in real time. So everybody could see that. So I recommend keeping an eye on the scan if you have it. If you don't have it, I will give it to you now as a simple window. You should keep an eye on these ideas because sometimes they don't work the same day, but the following day they might really kick into gear. That is in the chat window. Let's see if I have those. I might have put those back on the rack. So I'll pull them from the cloud, the ones that you're talking about. Nice setup. Nice setup. Load that. And above all moving averages. Of all SMAs. I think that was the one. So let's see what we have here on these two scans. Basically, these are going to be above all their SMAs in a tight range. So that's one scan. What's this one? A nice setup. This one's Chris Varley's. I haven't used this one that much. Although CALM was on our short list of stocks for the Trader's Eye this morning. But here's the thing: when the market opens and these things shoot straight up, we're not going to be piling in saying, "Hey, chase the stock up here." We're looking for some sort of a setup. So sometimes they don't always make it in. All right. So BKI, we saw that one. AFL, beautiful consolidation flag coming out of that. Now, these are swing trade ideas, guys. So these should be good for at least a day or two if they work. Day one, hopefully you can follow through into day number 2. Gold is just really being stubborn. It's holding its trend line here. It's moving average, but for the most part, there's some really good. See, there's 2, 3, 4, 5. There's about 7 percentage points on change from the open there on those trades. Oh boy, I try not to sell at the open. I learned long ago that that's when the algorithms get you. Therefore, if it looks really daunting at the close, I don't give them the chance on the open because more often than not, they're going to strike me out at the open. So if I don't like the trade setup, I told you guys before, the last 5-10 minutes of the day is my evaluation of all my trades. And I say, okay, one by one, how's this going to close? Well, this one's looking great. Move on. How's this one going to close? Well, this one looks like it might be closing under the 20-day simple moving average, and that's my out. So I'm just going to take this loss at the close and the end of the day, and that'll usually save me some pain. But if I don't do that, I still do not like to sell and cough up my shares on the morning jam down. I literally have been known, both Andy and I, to pull our stops. If we had a hard stop in there, I pull it. They can't have it. More often than not, if I just wait and evaluate after the first 15-20 minutes and see if there is a bounce, then I will use the low of that bounce that occurred on the spike down as my daily stop. And sometimes it'll roll back over and take that stop out, and I'm okay. I'm out of the trade. But if I pulled my stop and then it bounces, then I go in and put my stop back in, and it holds the rest of the day, then I'm usually pretty happy. And more often than not, that works for me. How often do I sell on a morning spike? Well, that's the same thing I was just talking about. Yeah, I don't like to get out of a long position on a morning spike. I've just learned over the years that those are usually reversed. What I will do is I will watch some things that have a morning spike, we have the jam down indicator, right? Jam down to the 10. This is a example of when I might consider making an entry. Jam down to the 10 SMA, which means it's a brutal morning, but it's spiking down to the 10-day simple moving average. I'm loading today's history here. All right, we only got two of them. All right, there is SWN. Take a look at that. See how that arrow just grabbed it perfectly right on the 10 SMA. So that downward spike, those can be bought if it's in a nice uptrend. That's when those are the ones you don't want to get out, the ones that are on uptrends, because they try and spike it out and reverse it, on the trend line or the 10 SMA. Second one is RRC. Okay, look at that. It's opened up, suckered everybody in, jammed it down, tried to shake them out, and then bounced right there. 32.18, no, 32.17 was the first. 32.17, that was our first alert right there. That's not bad either. But this is a scan that has to show a good trend on the daily, has to be down a significant jam on the open, and when it touches the 10-day simple moving average, I will get a new low. But that doesn't mean sell it. That means you might want to think about buying it. So I will share this, assuming somebody might want to play with this. All right, there's that scan that I was just showing you. David, it can be a good time to buy if you're sure it's an algo-driven jam down. Yep, that is correct. So perfect circle, I very rarely sell on a morning spike to get out of a position. How do I tell when the algos are buying? It's usually a vicious downdraft and then a reversal that just starts to hold. But that might not show itself and materialize for 30 or 45 minutes after the open. But the algos are notorious for jamming down and preying on all the people who went home and went to work today and put in good till canceled stop orders. They pile up at night like a bunch of bowling pins, and Virtue and Citadel and all the other bastards have access to that because they pay for it, and your broker sells you out and tells you you're all good because you have free commissions, but at the same time, he's selling your order to get out of your point of pain. If Citadel and Virtue know your point of pain, they're going to go down there and they're going to knock you all down and they're going to reverse it. It's just what they do. And it always happens in the first half an hour because that's when all the pent up good till cancel orders have been collected overnight on E-Trade, Ameritrade, Schwab, what have you. People often speak about algos. How can you tell algorithmic trading? Yeah, so that's pretty much what I've been talking about. The algos, they are very, very busy in the morning. They try and shake good positions, weak hands out of good positions. Some algos don't hold for very long. Some algos will hold all day, and then they'll just basically reverse at the end of the day. Sometimes that's why you'll see a little reversal at the end of the day as the algos that were making markets go back to flat. But anything that's spiky and whippy and volatile is likely an algo. And a lot of times when news comes out, let's say a news story comes out 2 minutes from now, Elon Musk has secured funding to buy Twitter. The algorithms will read that and be purchasing shares before you can even pull up the link. So you can't compete with them, especially the news reading algos. But they're trained to try and parse through and make sense of headlines, and they will spike. So they become overreactive. Any overreactive move that moves too far in one direction and spikes and wicks and comes back and starts to trade, that's an algo. That's how you spot them. How do you tell when they're buying? Again, a jam down to reverse everybody, and then they start to build on that. And like I said, that's my low of the day. If that low gets taken out, then I'm out. I don't know. They operate on something, but I'm convinced that they use the 10-day simple moving average as part of their input. They obviously have critical inputs to their algorithms. If change net below, then reverse buy, whatever. But they have to have targets. Algos can't just willy-nilly jump in there. There has to be an equation written for them, and those equations have to have inputs like VWAP, 10-day simple moving average, 5-day moving average. I'm pretty sure this 5-day simple moving average comes into play a lot on a lot of things. Just using this one as an example, RRC, support, then it became resistance, then it became resistance. they're all different. Some algos might not use VWAP, some algos might. But when I started trading, it was me on the computer against a human being back in New York somewhere holding his calzone, and it was much easier. In 2007, 2008, the market became fragmented into like 13 different dark pools, and that's when the high frequency trading algos jumped in, and their gig was to make 1 penny. And if they can make 1 penny 1 billion times a day, well, then they're happy. I'm answering the questions before I read them. All right, good. You might use Fibonacci's. I don't know. I do like Fibonacci. It's not one of my go-to things. I mean, the only time I would use a Fibonacci is probably like on a big weekly chart or something. And I would say, okay, draw Fibonacci from there and extend it all the way up to there. I don't even have a Fibonacci tool. I suppose I could go online and try one, but I would start at the bottom of that queue and I would move up to the top and I would see where the levels are. I think the 50% retracement's probably right back down around here. This was probably a 1/3 retracement there at 319. But I would use Fibonacci's on the bigger, longer time frames, but it's not really part of my daily process. The more this Q chart bleeds today, it's starting to look like a megaphone, right? Megaphone. That's a pattern. That's a bona fide pattern. And what that means is get ready, batten down the hatches because the storm's coming in either direction. Something's going to happen when this megaphone breaks. My favorite setup for a day trade, if I wanted to, would be probably something that I saw that spiked down on the daily chart and then was recovering, maybe from green to red, something like that. But more often than not, I'm going to be looking to, play momentum. So if I go through some of these traders' eyes here, if I miss that morning spike, and then that morning spike turns into a nice sideways action, kind of, IRT is kind of doing it here. Spike, pull back, consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. And then right here is where it starts to get interesting. As you get close in the sideways action to the 10 SMA, I'll use that for entries sometimes and hope for a nice little push and ride that. But even if it's a day trade, I'm always lining up the daily chart. What does the daily chart look like? They have to line up. But if you're talking about intraday, then you're talking about my 10-day simple moving average. Look at how it's working on the Qs. Qs faked everybody out, sold off, tried to bounce, found resistance at the 10, tried it again, found resistance at the 10. So just use that 10 SMA as a level of interest and incorporate that into your entry and exit strategies. If you were trying to short the Qs, well, then you'd wait for that bounce up here and you'd sell the Qs short right there. Subsequently, inversely, SQQ, we can look at it from a perspective of a buyer. Don't chase that initial run, but it pulls back, pulls back, pulls back, and catches this. That's my favorite intraday entry right there. I really don't use much else. And I'll use that for entries. I'll use that for exits on winners. I'll use that to get out if I think if my entry was wrong and I expected it to hold that intraday simple moving average and it doesn't, and it rolls back over and gives it back up, I might get out of the trade and not keep it. But that's my primary tool, that and the 5-day simple, the blue line there, which, by the way, I'll just do this. Anybody that wants my chart, I'll save and share the cloud code to my 15-minute chart. That's the setup for my 15-minute chart. What are these story stocks doing? Twitter was interesting with Elon Musk, but now the chart's not confirming the story. It can't get back above this 10 SMA, so now it's kind of under pressure here. Do I give any weight to dark pool and option flow? Not really. I can usually just kind of see it on the chart, that the volume is huge. And I would imagine if I wanted to go look at the option volume for that day, the option volume is probably huge as well. I try not to let too many things enter my mind to talk me out of a trade. Facebook on lows, that makes me extremely happy. Well, I know you have a lunch break, perfect circle, so you try to get them all in when you can, right? We've given back over half of yesterday there. SPY, did they hold their moving average? No, they broke it. So technically that was a break of the 10 SMA. So I kind of expect it's kind of like it's like a horse race. You know, a horse can't be in the lead and then fall back and then break back to the lead again. They can, but it's very unusual. I don't expect the SPY much to do much really for the rest of the day here. Maybe just kind of chop around 445 level. And then IWM was the strongest. The small caps, they did break that SMA, and they're just kind of hanging out here as well. So definitely small caps are in favor today, and technology is not so much. I think that Netflix really scared a lot of people. And if you're late to join, don't forget we've got Tesla aftermarket today. Yep. My sector board shows that REITs, IYR, and banks are the ones that are holding up. So higher interest rates, financials, banks, dividends, REITs. That seems to be where the money wants to go today. And that could change on a dime tomorrow. So just managing my Q's position here. What I'm watching for now is this was a solid level that it broke down. Now this moving average is going to come down and meet. This is going to be a pretty solid level here if it wants to bounce back up and test that. It was acting as support. It very well could now act as resistance as the other moving average joins it. We have a long day to go still. All right, did I miss anybody's questions? You want me to look at any charts? A lot of green coming through there now, so the S&Ps are getting a bounce, Qs are getting a bounce. This arch coal, you probably don't want to lose track of this one either. If it's as strong as I think it is, it might not even touch the rising 10 SMA. But what we've got now, that was a short squeeze rally. Now we're getting consolidation. Arch coal could be ready for another short squeeze rally because, look at this, 15 million shares circulating. And the float's coming down a little bit. It was at 39, the shorts. So now it's at 34% are short this thing. But if you're short a stock with only 15 million shares in the float and it keeps going up like this, it's probably not a short you want to be in. And once they all panic and start buying it back, that's when you get these big multi-day short squeezes. So Arch could be in for a little bit more consolidation and then try again. But, you know, if BTU, another coal stock, is any indication, this is a very strong, oh, look at this. Very interesting. BTU completed its journey. 3 days up and 3 days of selling. Touch the 10 SMA right there on lows. This could be one to watch. So for instance, if it regathers, you know, that 5-day moving average, and you could put an alert in there, and if it pops up, again, I'm going on vacation. I'm not taking any new positions right now, but this is the kind of thing you look for. You don't be this person buying the third green candle, be the person buying the consolidation on patience right after it touches the rising 10 SMA. Look at how many times here the 10 SMA has held this thing. A lot. So that gives us comfort and confidence going forward that that's our lean. We're going to lean on that 10 SMA. And the gold miners are finally starting to come up a little bit. GOLD trade of the week 2 weeks ago. Just hopping around here. The risk management in that call was to not let it break below the 20 and close, and it hasn't. It's tested it twice, but it's not closed below. And there goes Arch, right as I was talking about it. All right, Pete, want to look at NIO? Okay, remember, we've got Tesla today. we have Tesla today. All right. This is electric vehicles. What does NIO look like going into Tesla's earnings? It looks very much under pressure. It really is just going to depend on a coin flip tonight, whatever Tesla does. But if Tesla is weak, NIO is starting from a point of weakness. Okay. It's not above its moving averages up here. It's rolled over, came up, and rolled back to lows. It's just sitting here waiting for Tesla. And, you know, if you're going to take something into earnings, it's a gamble, no matter what you do. But NIO is going to be keyed off of the industry leader, the 600-pound gorilla of Tesla. Oh, Netflix, good question. When stocks have bad earnings and it's really, really, really bad and people are shocked, I never see a nice bounce on day one. It always seems to take at least 2, maybe 2.5 days to squeeze out the weak hands and have them cough up shares before it even thinks about bouncing. This isn't my type of setup. I don't like to play these types of things. Matter of fact, I know a guy emailed me this morning. He said, I'm buying Netflix at the open. It's on sale. Well, he's probably wishing he didn't buy it at the open. I really don't think there's a good play to be made when a stock misses earnings and gets hammered. It's going to take a day or 2 or 3 to really flush out the stubborn, weak hands before it can start to lift back up. That's my experience. Yeah, Pete, I think I touched on that. So be careful. NIO is definitely going to depend on what the earnings do this afternoon in Tesla as a leader. Now, intraday, it does have this going for it. It just poked its head above the 10 SMA, but again, one of my rules is I've noticed you don't want to try and buy these things back on day one after disappointing earnings. Let it wiggle around a little bit. Let the stubborn hands get sold out, because it could easily take right here and get people excited, and then by the end of the day, it goes back to lows, and then the weak hands have to get out, and the new hands have to get out, and it's just a process. I never buy the first day after bad earnings. It's stubborn. It doesn't want to sell. All right, so the cues are right where I'm going to be watching here. We are right here in the test zone to see if they can recover. But the only thing that's going to get me out of the long-term SQQ short is if the NASDAQ gets back and closes up here above the 50. I'll take my winnings from there and say that was really the most I could squeeze out of it. But I would be foolish to get out right now before the end of the day and see what the closing candle looks like. UEC, uranium. Okay, there's another hot sector as of late. What did it do? Got ahead of itself. Don't be this person buying. Be the person waiting and stalking. And look at today and yesterday, it challenged the 10 SMA, and now it's starting to kind of build off that. These are the areas you want to try and buy when you're buying dips and pullbacks. TGB is a copper stock, and it's starting to come alive again. Copper, don't lose sight of copper. Matter of fact, I'm going to set an alert right there at 240. Maybe when I come back. All right, Bill, hello. Do you ever use Bollinger Bands? No, I don't, especially not to day trade. I might look at them on the swing trade time frame, but I don't even really use them. I'm going to give you the name of somebody on Twitter that uses them. HCPG, High Chart Probability Group. Bollinger Bands. These guys are experts at showing charts and how they use Bollinger Bands, but they're swing traders. But, you know, things should theoretically work in different time frames. But if you're a Bollinger Band fan, you want to follow those guys, Bill. They're no nonsense, good chart readers, and their primary tool is the Bollinger Bands. and the standard deviation lines and the other stuff they talk about. Still seeing a lot of green there in my S&P window. Sellers kind of jumping in there a little bit to defend that level I was talking about. So, if this thing pops back up, then it is what it is. But I kind of feel it's going to have a little bit of a fight right here. Yeah, it just rolls off the mouth. Bollinger Band fans. Is there a trade idea scan they use for? They don't use trade ideas. They have their own charting. And again, Bill, our Bollinger Bands are very simple in their construction. We really don't have our reversion levels or the center line level, whatever they call that. All we have are the upper and lower bands. And all we can do is find out where the price is in relation to those bands. So there's the Bollinger Dailies. So if I want to see stocks that are extremely extended upwards, I would put a minimum of 100. 100 is the top band, and if I make that the minimum, then I want to see everything above the band, above 100, and there are values above 100. If I want to see things that are oversold to the downside and stretched, well, maybe I'll put in 1 or 0, and these are stocks where the price is now currently at or below the lower band. So all we can really do is kind of find those overbought, oversold Bollinger Bands for you. We can't do much else really with the trade ideas tools. ADM, another one that was on the eye watcher all week. Beautiful trend. Look at how it adheres to the 10 SMA. It broke it and held the 20 as a backstop, but never looked back. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Those are the charts you want to stay in sync with and not buy them on the breakouts, but buy them on the pullback as they're riding those moving averages. Even better, yesterday's candle there, I love it when it gives us a wick. It blows through and then recovers and closes above. That's a really solid test. I love those wicks more so than just a solid candle sitting at that level, because it shows that there was a valiant effort to try and break it, and the buyers were too strong and it popped it right back up. Talking about that one right there. My crosshair is always getting in the way. They do have a newsletter too, Bill. They're in it to help people and make a little money. So I fully endorse them. They're smart guys. I think there's a girl in the mix too. CDM, what is this? Biological product diagnosed manufacturing. So they don't have a product there. Let's see. Research development, immunotherapy products, treatment. Well, as a rule, I don't swing trade bio and pharma stocks because they've hurt me in the past more than they've helped me overnight. But we do see something happen in here. This was just ugly 2 days ago, a giant move up to 6.25 and all the way back. So this stock kind of shows its true colors on that, which makes it difficult to trust today. But as you can see, for the most part, it is kind of holding that intraday 10 SMA with some decent volume. So if you were day trading this, I would stay with it until it closes back below, the rising 10 SMA there at 380. Not a bad chart. Yeah, interesting, Bill. Those two filters combined, we don't have a way to combine them, but they would both have to be satisfied. You'd have to use one for the Bollinger 5-minute or 15, whatever you're using, and then one for RSI in the same time period, and put a maximum value in that RSI like 20 or 25, whatever, to try and find those stocks. But I see what you're saying, and it doesn't solve the exact specs you're kind of looking for. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Oh, there goes Arch again. All right, NASDAQ, what are you going to do here? GDX still creeping up. Helping the trade of the week last week. Gold the week this week is holding in there. Just please bounce back up and give us a nice bottoming wick. Definitely a flight to quality, seeking dividend yield. I'll probably tweet that out. XBI. Yeah. Look at the IBB. A similar story there. Twitter DWAC story is just ridiculous. I had some positions, but I got out. I'm not really into headline trading. Trading headlines is no fun. I'd rather let the charts tell me what to do. I think GDX has definitely had its consolidation yesterday and today, and it's probably going to hold strong here for a couple days. That's my prediction, at least for the gold miners. Speaking of, if you like to play the triples or doubles, this is the 2 times bull gold miners, Nugget, NUGT. So, for me, if I was really wanting to play the GDX, I'm the kind of guy who would jump in and just buy the double and hope that I can get the right move and get a little leveraged action out of that. Yep, that's exactly right. That's why I got out of both of them, DWAC and Twitter. I just don't want to worry about stuff when I'm on vacation. And I learned that lesson a long time ago. And your wife doesn't like it when you're constantly checking your laptop. Let's check in on the NASDAQ, see what it's trying to tell me. I mean, it's still having trouble at this level that I expected it to. So see how it resolves. This will be the last candle before the top of the hour. IBB will probably relapse. Yeah, that'll do it. Checking GameStop back last year on vacation. All right, guys, we got 10 more minutes. What do you want to talk about? Kathy Woods. Kathy doing? She not getting any sleep still. Valiant effort, but bad timing. You know, as the NASDAQ and the Qs were going to highs, IWM and the small caps were just saying, screw it. The only thing keeping that market up was the big oligarchs. Oh, Twitter on lows. How about that? Nice to be out of that story. Up a fight. These S&Ps are just very buoyant today. I kind of feel like they really do just want to come up and test that very strong 20 and 200 flat level. Very well could be the case. But NASDAQ is showing an unwillingness to want to participate in the same vein. But look, it's showing some strength here now. So we'll see what happens. You know, the only time I use a compare count windows, Rev, is when Jamie here, QuantBot on Twitter, he usually sends it to us on Slack and the traders, and he'll post one on Twitter. And I'll take a gander at the first 15 minutes of the day and see what is the buy and sell ratio for the big caps. He likes to do that. So he's at QuantBot on Twitter, and every day, 15 minutes after the market open, he will tweet his compare count window, and that's about the extent of how I use it. Green pushing now through my S&P high-low. That's a silver stock that's worth watching. It's one of the big ones, Pan Am Silver. Nice pullback to the trend, the moving averages. Again, don't be the buyer up here. Don't be the person that buys up here. Be the person that buys down here. Not surprising that it's lifting off now with the gold miners. We got 5 minutes on that candle. We'll see what it wants to do, but by then Barry will be back in. Listening for that click. No, I cannot hear you, Barry. Do I think the economy is heading for some dark days with inflation? Yeah, and I also think you need to use the word supply chain interruption. That's not over yet, and it's kind of concerning, actually. It's kind of concerning. Fertilizer shortages, and now we've got all these ships sitting off the coast of China, Shanghai. They can't move. They're stuck. That's a problem 2 months down the line on our supply chain of things. So I'm more concerned really about kind of the supply chain breaking down than I am about inflation. Inflation is not good. That's hurting a lot of people out there. Quite honestly surprised that the market continues to hang out up here. I think it's a Fed-driven market. They do what they can to keep the plates spinning. Barry, did you unclick your tab for StreamYard tab? There it is. I hear you. Click. Barry. Thought I heard you. Any analysts I recommend following macro? Yeah, just go do the opposite of what Kramer says. I don't really care for analysts. They don't trade. They look at spreadsheets. They don't understand. I don't trust them. I don't particularly like them. They're usually involved in trying to steer the public one direction so they can get their preferred clients long or out in the other direction. They're not your friend in the retail environment. But, follow the right people. Hey, I see Barry took over. I still can't hear you, Barry, but that's okay. I thought I heard a click too. I'll just hang out here until I hear you. Yeah, I see your desktop.
All right. I don't know. Can you
There
hear
you
me
go.
now, Steve?
Yep,
Oh,
gotcha.
okay.
What'd you
Excellent.
do this
Excellent.
time?
Nothing. I swear I did nothing. I swear it's technology. I was just going to talk about the CVM because I heard you talking about the CVM earlier, and yeah, we've been talking about it in the main room. And if you don't know the story, what happened 2 days ago, why that
Mm.
had that big spike, it was circulated, though the company has not refuted it, but it was circulated that the CEO had actually told some of his cronies that good news was coming. And if you can believe it, that is what was circulated out there. And so that had the massive spike up, and then it had the big pullback the same day, the pullback yesterday. And now who knows? As I always say, as a day trader, I'm just looking at those big spikes, and maybe that can be a bit of a magnet. And that's all day traders are looking at. They may not even know why it happened, but they're looking at this and thinking, wow, 2 days ago it hit this, could even get maybe halfway between here and there
I'm going to pull
today.
something on you, Barry. I just popped my desktop back up because the information that I gave, what I see is that, okay, that's the story, but now the chart is confirming the story. And that is
Mhm.
primarily on my 15-minute chart. It's just riding that beautiful 10 SMA up. And as long as it's doing that, then the chart is confirming the story in my book.
Cool. Yeah, I don't
All right.
use, I was listening to you. I know how much you use the 10 SMA and even the 5 or the 20. I may start to incorporate. I don't know if it'll work for me on day trading, but I may start to look at the 10 SMA a little
I
bit
would say
more.
when you're day trading, just use that as another checkoff to see, is the trend still intact? Is the price still above? No closing candles below the rising 10 SMA on a 15, and just see if you can spot some correlations.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let me give you
Food for
your
thought. Food for thought.
desktop back. There you go.
Okay.
And I will talk
Thank
to
you,
the rest of
Steve.
you next week. I'll be out of town.
Well, have a good vacation, Steve.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, guys, I am now back. I don't know what happened there exactly, but here we go. Put my music back. Back in the main room now. So guys, just so you know, I did take the WLG back again, okay? It showed up on Zach's bounce plays at 12:31. I didn't quite get in at 12:31. I was on break when that happened, and I noticed it though, and so I'm in around 12:30. And again, this was the one I swung actually from yesterday. Did okay on it. I was hoping it would keep going, but you know what? It looks like it's plateauing a little bit here, but I'll have to see what happens. I'm in around 12:30, and I would love to keep holding it if it can gain some more traction. And that is the LWLG, and that is from Zach's bounce scan. And in talking about the CVM, I took a loss. I took a little loss on the CVM. I had taken that trade just before I was going on my break. And you know, when it was holding that 4 level, I thought, okay. I took it right around here, right around 408. The minute it started to move down, though, when it got just underneath 4, I bailed. And now, you know, I'm glad I did, obviously. But I still have my alert set around 406 later on. See if it takes it out. Doesn't look as good though, because I mean, it had that drop, tried to pop up a little bit, but it's still drifting down. I think if it took out 374 or so, that might be all she wrote for today for that one. Let me get rid of my text there. And let's see what is happening on my thumbnail charts. Not much. I'm just looking. What's the SPY doing? So, boy, the SPY has been a choppy day. I mean, it's well, maybe if I shrink this down a little bit, it won't look quite as choppy. But yeah, no, it's a choppy day on the SPY. I mean, we had a positive open or a positive in the pre-market. Market dropped, came right back up, dropped again, popped a little bit, dropped again. Now it's moving up. I mean, this is a pretty choppy market. Yeah, just got to make sure. Yeah, I don't have my sound alerts off, so I haven't had one for quite a while now. So one, you know, I can actually talk a little bit about the AI today, at least one decent one, the Casa short. Casa short at 648. It got down to, what did it get down to? 586 before it popped a little bit. And that's really all to talk about, nothing more. The IRT that I'm in, the REIT, it's not doing too badly. I mean, it's very, very slow. I'm in at around 2780-ish, 2780. No, 2778. Yeah, 2778 I'm in this one. And that came from the Trader's Eye. It's the only one I like from it. One of the reasons is because it's the price range I like. Okay, I don't like them so expensive. So it's under the $30 that I personally like. The other thing was it was an all-time high. So hey, no resistance, obviously. And I didn't expect it to be a fast mover, you know, with that float, 219. But I'll take it. 278 to 292, 2792. We'll see what happens. See if it can take out 30. You know what I lost sight of? I mentioned this T-Dup earlier. Had no volume whatsoever. I was talking about it right around here and had no volume. Still doesn't really have a lot of volume. But I did notice that it came down to that 8 level and now it bounced beautifully off that 8. All right, I guess I have to bring this to your attention. AMC, a nice little move here, actually, over 18, getting rid of all this junk here. Of course, streaming service, basically. I mean, I guess that's got knocked down because, in essence, it does have a streaming component. So, but it's making a nice, not a bad little move over 18. Yeah, guys, I'm not seeing too much right now. I mean, again, I haven't had not had a new alert for quite a while. And see, this one got halted at Timber, TIMB. It got halted for news, TIMB. It got halted at 103. So this is a news halt, not a volatility halt. Yeah, I really missed the boat on that ARCT. I really missed it. You know, I was watching the way it was bouncing. Come on, ARCT. I watched the way it was bouncing off that 20 and it kept moving higher and I kept, no, 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 and still saying no. But yeah, 25. I mean, it actually got positive briefly, 25.85. So I think it got positive briefly. But you got to be careful for anything that did something like this, popping up in the pre-market on that news to 33 and then collapsing all the way down to 18. And that's pretty brutal. Netflix is having a pretty decent bounce, I guess, off that. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, but off that 220 level. I mean, I guess there's an argument that can be made if it takes out that high right there, or 227, 227.20. I mean, it's got some room to start to try to fill this void in. Not a lot of volume. Well, I don't know, 5.5 million shares, 32 times normal. It's the float that's, that's the reason why it can be so whippy. 22 million in the float, so it's very low float. But the volume, it's tailed off, but it's still overall it's been pretty good volume. But if you don't think it had the volume, then that's part of your plan. Whew. Well, this is getting kind of dreary right now, guys. I don't see anything interesting that I'm following anyway. The things that are in my watch lists and my scans, I don't really see anything that is. I wish I could get one more in the option scanner, but the one was gold. I just didn't. Unfortunately, I got just distracted. I was actually thinking of shorting this one here, this ALVR. All right, MXC. So that is that Mexico energy play. So I'm looking at Indo. Indo is doing the same thing. INDO. These kind of follow. I bet you HUSA, HUSA is doing the same thing. See Indo doing exactly the same thing as MXC. Let's take a look at HUSA. They're doing the same thing, sort of. Very risky. These are. I mean, I can't get too interested in these right now. What do you mean? What time frame or chart? I'm just looking at the overall volume. I mean, obviously the overall volume, most of it is in here. I mean, it's tailed off, but here, I mean, when it was bouncing, I mean, the volume was excellent. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume increasing. Oh, Indo, I see. Oh, I'm usually always looking at a 15-minute chart when I see something like that. But it's very risky. 1.8 million in the float. You got to be super careful. Is this CVM shortable? Yeah, they're still shortable. This doesn't look good right here. You take this takes out 370. This doesn't look very good. Now, I took a little loss on this, on that break over 4, and then it broke underneath 4 again, and I just took myself out, which I'm really glad I did. No, I mean it's very it's a personal thing, Esther. I mean some people swear by 1-minute charts, 2-minute charts. Myself, I only look my lowest time. I know I have a 2. It's kind of for special situations, but my lowest time frame really is 5. And my real go-to though is the 15. But that's just a personal preference. I mean, the higher the time, and then of course I've got my daily, weekly, monthly, because I'm always, most of the things I see are near all time, not all time, but they're at the highs or the lows of the day. So that's why I'm always looking left to see where is the next area of resistance. But I mean, there's no right or wrong. I used to when I first started trading, I used to use just a 2-minute chart all day long. That was the only chart I looked at. Well, if you use the 1-minute chart all the time and you're successful doing it, go ahead. I'm never going to say what I do is the right way. It's just what, I'm comfortable with. Well, you've got to find your comfort level. I mean, it's that simple. I know you asked a lot of questions yesterday when I was on mute. You've got to find your comfort level. I mean, I traded the 2-minute chart forever before I just found, you know what, it's just too whippy. So, you start trading the slightly higher time frames and things tend to smooth out a little bit more. You're not getting chopped in and out of positions. I would say if you're a new trader, I wouldn't use the 1-minute chart. I don't know. I know you said you didn't think this bounce was very good, but Netflix, I mean, this is an interesting area right here. What did I say 227.20, so it's above that now. and 227.18. So, I mean, it may be over, and it's it's not a huge percentage bounce, 220 to 227. And that lone analyst, Needham, who put a buy recommendation on it. So, yeah, Shady, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but obviously it's just your opinion that the bounce is not over. Just like to preface all that. So Theo, there's no such thing as what is the best time frame to do day trading, okay? I mean, it depends on the person. I mean, for me, my lowest time frame is 5. I probably concentrate more on the 15. Some people think that's crazy, because if you're day trading, you got to have a 1-minute chart. I just found through experience, my experience, that if I only had one intraday chart to have, they said you can only have one intraday chart. It would be a 15-minute chart for me, and I'm a day trader. It's just me. No, not the same total cost. No, I have the risk amount will be the same. Okay, not the total cost. So my risk on the trade, I always demonstrate it in the simulator, say $100 a trade. So it's got nothing to do with how much I spend on the actual purchase of the purchase of the stock. It's how much am I willing to risk on the trade. So for instance, let's do some simple math. If it was a $10 stock, and I thought there was good support around 9.90, okay, 10 cents away, and I was willing to risk $100 on the trade, I'd buy 1,000 shares of that stock. So there's $10,000, right? But I'm only risking 100. It's how much am I willing to risk on the trade? Risking meaning if it works against me, what am I, how much do I really want to lose? What's the max I want to lose? And again, I try to keep that risk amount, within reason, virtually the same every single trade. I mean, the only time I really vary a little bit is in the 10-day daily breakdown. If the stock has had bad news, which is usually why, something is having a 10-day daily breakdown, and it's an all-time low, you know, I look at that for me personally as maybe the best setup that I can have. Do they all work? Of course not. Exactly. That's exactly it. Yes. Yeah, you can set up a spreadsheet so that, because I'm always talking about the difference between your bid or your entry and your stop. If it's 20 cents and you're risking $100 a trade, you can set up a spreadsheet to very quickly see, well, that would be 500 shares that you'd be buying. So guys, I'm just in 2 trades right now, both kind of snoozers, but I'll keep them in IRT. That's from the Trader's Eye, IRT at 27 78. And it's at 27.90 now, so nothing fantastic. And then the LWLG back in at that 1230 mark. Doing a little bit better. Really would love to see it pop through 50. Maybe take another run at 13 if it can. You know what, guys? I would probably just leave this Netflix thing alone. I mean, this is when we can have arguments. Just leave it alone. Shady has an opinion. Real's got an opinion, and that's all there is to it. All right, Mr. Marker, what are you doing? So, boy, this has been a really choppy day. Remember yesterday how we had basically it was straight up for a long time? And check it out today. Look at that SPY action, down, little up, moving down again, maybe. Yeah, Shady, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's I think you know what, when the market gets slow like this, I think people's minds start to go, "Well, I wonder what I can talk about." ARCT, let's take a look at ARCTC. Yeah, well, okay. If somehow maybe 25.65 takes out that high, that might get me interested. And the high of yesterday, well, the high yesterday was 26.19. So it takes out the high yesterday. What did it get to today? 20. So it didn't quite hit the high yesterday. So I was wrong. I actually thought it had gone positive. So it didn't quite go positive. But again, again, what's the best time frame to day trade? Practice. There's no such thing. I mean, I know I'm sort of repeating myself, but get the question a lot. There's no such thing as the best. The best is what works for you. And you can only find out what works for you is by practicing. And that's why we have a simulator. Practice, practice. You might find, I mean, just talking in general, you might find that the 1 minute chart is gold for you with how you like to trade, how a person likes to trade. Others others could say, you know what, I'll only look at a 60-minute chart, even if I am intraday trading. It's whatever works and you get comfortable with. Hey, Dwayne, like maybe just leave it alone now, okay? I mean, I know you're hammering this home, but just leave it alone and maybe just move on. Look at BVN, Buenaventura Mining Company. Look at BVN, guys. Big pop here. Is it a gold play? Silver. Okay, silver mining, I guess. Or is it probably gold too? Yes, no. Ah, Lima. That's where my wife is from. Interesting. That's an old company, 1953. Big pop here. Something's happening. A lot of volume coming into BVN, guys. Very few Peruvian companies make our scan, but this is one of them. I saw VST show up somewhere else. VST. You know what? Okay, so VST, can't remember what my, let's take a look at my option scanner. So it certainly has the option volume. It has the right percent. The relative volume is probably low. And I think the price, I think it's outside the price range, but let's just take a look. 1 in 25, so just a little bit outside that price range, but also the current volume is 3. So, I mean, this is a really, really tough, tough set of filters, tough set of filters to satisfy. That's why, I only get, sometimes I only get one, sometimes maybe 4 or 5 in here, and that's it. Now, if you want more, you can relax the filters, of course. You may get, stocks that don't do what you want them to do, but you can always relax the filters. I'm happy though, just to leave it like this. And I think once we get more into earnings season, I think I said next week. I think this week we've got 200 companies releasing earnings. I think it's next week we have 600. Almost can guarantee we're going to start to see some more activity in this window. Pony pump. VST is a pony pump. Okay. For those who don't know, this is Nigerian. Is he on CNBC? CNBC. Okay. And that is a dig. That's a dig at me. See, I could get really mad at William. That was a dig at me. Okay, Dwayne, you know what? I'm just going to have to delete this. We're getting way too nitpicky here, okay? I'm just going to like stop it, okay? I'm not trying to pick on you, Dwayne, but just give it a rest on this Netflix thing. Okay. So Alcoa does release after hours today, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. I mean, this is not quite an all-time high. This was the all-time high back here last month. I never play earnings, in case anybody wonders. I do not take a stock and hold through earnings, ever. Through watch lists. Okay, so there's no fix to that, okay, KH. The the smart risk levels are only for when you click on an alert, okay? They don't work in top list windows. And the reason being, I mean, the top list upgrades every 30 seconds, and also it only works with an alert window. There's no fix to it. So when you say you're scrolling through a watch list, you mean a top list window? I mean, this is a question I'm trying to answer in our YouTube room. Because remember what's happening. I mean, if I click on CVM right now, what it's telling me, CVM, or suggesting, okay? I turn them off. Yeah, so I turned it off. Okay, so what this is telling me, if I click on any symbol in an alert window, it doesn't matter when it happened. Okay, I mean this is at 10:03 through 54, but if I click on an alert or a symbol in an alert window, it's saying, okay, if you took this trade at 372, this is a suggested stop 350. But if I click on from the eye, like a top list window, it's not going to happen. It's just for alert windows. Or am I wrong? No, I'm wrong. I thought it was only for alert windows, but I guess that makes sense because it's just saying, okay, you click on a symbol and here is a suggested stop. So I don't know what you mean by scrolling through a. So an alert list. So the only other thing I can think of is it turned off. Like I had mine turned off. And the other thing is that it depends, on the price of the security. It's possible that when you click on something, and it depends on the time frame. I mean, if I click on a 2-minute chart, I don't see it, because it's way down here. I have to, on a 15-minute chart, though I see that price. On a 5-minute chart, I don't even see that price. Well, I would. I'm sorry. I've got these turned off. I keep forgetting. I must have turned them off. I find it just clutters. I don't use them, so I find it just kind of clutters things up. But so I'm sorry. It was just turned off. There was no way to do that. No. Rev 2220. We don't have EMAs at all. I have no idea what you mean by that, Esther. I have no idea. I have no idea what you mean. Other time frames is the rate at which my money goes up and down decrease. I have no idea what you mean. So again, KH, when you say an alert list, do you mean like here, this is you can call this a list. These are a list of alerts. So if I click on an alert, I will see it. It should not disappear. The only way it can disappear is if maybe on the certain time frame you're looking at, you don't have it activated. Right click, right click, properties, and show smart risk levels. Is it possible it's unchecked? That's the only thing I can think of. So Rev, you heard my answer. You can't do it. No, there's no way to do that. Yeah, Esther, I still don't know what you mean. I mean, once you're in a trade, it's got nothing to do with the time frame. I don't understand what you mean. I mean, you're looking at your P&L, which has got nothing to do with the time frame. When you say it, okay. Okay, so on the daily KH, the daily will not usually, well, I should make sure. I don't think it shows. It might, but the daily usually has a swing. The smart is usually just for intraday. Now let me just do a check here. Yeah, you see it. Okay, that does show the smart stop. Okay, even on the daily, but you also have a swing exit. Okay, I'm going to click on basic new highs. They're all showing up for me. I'm just like beat. Here they are. I mean, it's not here because I don't have it activated. And I'll keep clicking through. Here it is. Here it is. So again, I don't know how that can be happening. I mean, I'm just looking and I'm seeing it here, the smart stop, smart stop. If I go back, it's still there. Maybe just try to do an account refresh. I mean, or a reset. Okay, reset your connection and see what happens, because as long as you've got those smart risk levels activated on each one of these charts, I mean, I have no idea why they wouldn't be showing up. Oh, you're a dude? Okay. I just thought maybe Esther. Okay. All right. We're both Vikings. That's my Icelandic heritage. Eric the Red. There you go. Before you do a restart, just click on account and then do a reset connection, KH, okay? Because I have no explanation why, if you're cycling through and you're not seeing it, and then you go back. I mean, you shouldn't have to. Are you saying that what's happening is that you have to then go back to properties and check it again? That it's somehow unchecking itself automatically to show smart risk levels? Is that what you're saying? And again, I'm sorry, guys. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. We have another halt, guys. VIV just halted for the news. Telefonica. Okay, now that is extremely weird. So you're trying to tell me, and I'm not I'm not saying it's not happening to you. You're trying to tell me that if I click on beat as an example, well, let's just take the 15-minute chart, and I see it here, and I see the smart risk level, and then I go to another one. Are you saying it switches off? Now you're not seeing in the same time frame. You're not seeing that smart risk level. It has somehow gone into your system, gone into properties, and unchecked that show smart risk level. Oh, okay. I don't have one up, but I can get one up. You're talking about a multi-strategy. That shouldn't still happen. I mean, I find it almost impossible that it would be going into the system and turning it off. But let me just bring up a multi-strategy window. All right. Okay, so there it is. I just clicked on ALVR. I'll click on Holly now. Okay, there it is. Wow, you are right. You are absolutely right. Well, how crazy is that? So you are absolutely right. So there it is. I've checked it. It is now checked. And yeah, I go to another. On this one, it should be okay. I do see it there, but let me just check. No, I don't know. Maybe it's some crazy thing. No, that was an AI alert. Okay, so let me go to another one. That was an AI alert. Maybe that is somehow causing it. So I want to take something else. So I'm going to start here, HSCG. Okay, there it is. Ah, sugar, that's another AI alert. I'm going to have to load another. Give me a moment. I just want to load another multi-strategy window. Okay, bouncers, toppers, shares. Let's see if that has any, or moving up in volume. Let's see if that has a lot of different alerts. Okay, this has got a lot of alerts, and they're not, most of them are not AI. So this LCR. Okay, so I'm going to check that. Okay, so SLCR, MAQC, Smart Stop is there. Smart Stop is there. You know what it is? Smart Stop is there. You must have been checking, you must have been actually, yeah, I don't know if you call it a bug but it's when you click on an AI alert and that grays out because that doesn't make sense. But what's happened is it turns it off, I guess. Now, if I go back to a non-AI alert, It's turned off, yeah. So do you see that that's the reason? I mean, it's as crazy as it sounds. If you click on something that was an AI alert, it's going to turn it off. That's weird. But I guess what happens is because it wants to overwrite the smart risk levels because it has a smart stop that is actually generated. That is not a smart risk level stop. And then once it does that, it grays it out. When you go back, it's not there anymore. Unfortunately, the developer, I'm going to talk to Julio. Oh, just a minute, guys. I just have to check an email. Yeah, so that's why it's happening. Okay, it's because maybe unbeknownst to yourself, you're clicking on an AI alert, and that is then causing that smart risk. It's hard to say smart risk level to gray itself out. Then when you click on another alert, it's not there anymore. So that's what's happening. So Citron with JMIA is so there. I don't think there's nothing to do right now. I'll point it out. I don't know if they know that. JMIA, yeah. So Citron's all over them again. I remember the days when Citron only used to short until they tried to short GME. Pete, it may be, well, because he probably, I know he doesn't like, I didn't have the smart list. I don't know why it's so hard to say. Those levels, I just found that it was too confusing on the chart and I never used them. So, and it's possible, I'm sure, I don't think he uses them either. The price alert link, are you talking about this? The price alerts window? You just load it from here. Click on new and then price alerts window. Is that what you mean, Martin? Like what when you say price alert link, are you talking about this window here? This one? Martin? Martin, can you hear me? I'm not on mute, am I? No. Well, I'll wait for Martin to get back to me. I don't know what he means. If that's what he means, it's nothing he just has to load it from the toolbar. Ah, come on, LW, LG. Well, after that first fabulous hour or so, for me, the market just turned into a bit of a snooze fest. A minute. Okay, well, let's take a look at some of these ones. CVM doesn't look good anymore. The beat that was so strong earlier doesn't look good anymore. The LLAP, so strong earlier, doesn't look so good anymore. See, guys, I mean, these are just quick hitters. Quick hitters. You cannot hang around. Goldfields, GFI. I'd ask to take a look at GFI. Well, I mean, yesterday, like I think a lot of the gold stocks. Let me make sure. Yeah, most of the gold stocks fell yesterday. So, I mean, I don't trade gold because I just find it's too attached to obviously the price of gold. I mean, it makes sense. It's like oil stocks. I don't typically trade them because it's too attached to the price of the commodity. I kind of like to trade things that are on their own. However, having said that, I mean, obviously it's got some room. 1586 was the high of yesterday. But if you're going to take this one, you have to be thinking, I mean, you have to be looking at what gold is doing. Unless this is, trading on its own, which I don't think it is. I don't think there's any specific news on it. You have to be, trying to figure out, well, where is gold going? Where do you think gold is going? I mean, this was yesterday, precious metals miners mauled amid talk of more aggressive Fed hikes. Okay, so it's very news driven. So it's really not GFI specifically. It's probably many gold plays. And look at AU. I mean, AU is again down yesterday, just like GFI, trying to come back today. So it's hard for me to answer something like that because I have no idea where gold is going. So that's about the best I can do, Al. I can't remember the last time I bought a gold stock. And we looked at, we saw this one, this is a Peruvian, but something is happening here, but it's the same sort of thing. I mean, it is coming back too. I mean, most of these gold stocks or precious metal stocks will have this big red candle and now a bit of a recovery. But does that mean all is well? And then now onwards and upwards? I really don't like playing commodities, because I'd rather find stocks that are trading kind of on their own. They don't care, if you could find a gold stock or a commodity stock trading on its own within the commodity, that's fine. But I really don't like, and that's just me. I mean, I'm not saying others can't do it, but I mean, obviously, people who were thinking that oil was going to keep going up and up and up, we're look at this. I mean, look at XLE from a few months ago at 48, almost a double, not quite a double. So if you were thinking oil prices were going to keep going up and up and up and up, hey, you'd be a star. I just choose to try to find those stocks that are truly the alpha stock. They don't care what its sector is doing. They don't care what the overall market's doing within reason. They're kind of trading on their own. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Honestly, I am trying to think. I think I had, well, you guys want to go back far enough to the Bria, I was heavily into all the precious metal stocks in the late 90s during the Briex fiasco. And yes, I have been trading that long. Well, I know TH was really active earlier. Let's see if it's pulling back. It's still looking pretty interesting. I mean, it's basing nicely. A lot of volume for it, 7.5 times normal. Not a huge float, not a low float, 31 million. Still pretty low. That news, I don't see it had any specific news today. It might be just in, kind of the right industry. Let's take a look at Jets. I just want to see what Jets is doing as an example. We're trying to see if, I mean, obviously, TH, hospitality industry, casinos, hotels, motels, etc. Travel comes back. Stocks like this may do. I mean, this is a great move. I mean, 21%. I don't see any specific news on it. And then all I do is I just start looking left. I don't see anything on the daily chart. I could expand it, but I'll look on the weekly chart. I don't see anything on the weekly chart. Now I start looking left on the monthly and check to see where the next high is. And it looks like this is way back. I remember looking at this earlier today. So back in August of 2019. So, you're getting to those, trying to challenge those levels. Now, if you believe that the overall industry is going to keep trying to come back, then hey. But this looks like, I mean, this is a great move. I just don't see any news on it. I mean, there was news yesterday, but modest reaction. But Okay, yeah, I see this ISPC is doing something. Yeah, no kidding. I know you guys were talking about it a little earlier. This is shortable too for me. 448. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on this VYGR. VYGR. Now, looking left on the weekly, can't see anything, of course. So now I have to look at the monthly. So it looks like 12. Yeah, so it looks like 12 on the monthly chart is the next high looking left, and that was back in, excuse me, that was back in November of 2020, November of 2020. So we're starting to, that would be the next level that it could maybe, well, probably could stall at. So I guess the bottom line, it does have some room. What's the float like? Low float, 25 million. Then you stick an alert around 1046 and see if it takes it out later on. So I guess Martin must have left. So I answered him within 3 minutes, so. Oof, 204. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute here. A couple of emails I want to check, so I'll put myself on mute. All right, I am now back again, just biding my time now, guys. It's so slow for me right now, so if you've got questions, great time. I'm really not doing too much right now. No, this one just had an alert here. Another new high for HCSG earnings play. Not, look at the action pre-market. Really nothing. SEV. Let's take a look at SEV. That was certainly an exciting one. Yeah, see, yesterday's high got up to what, 870 or so? 875. Oh, that's right. This was the EV play. Does this have some kind of a price target put on it? I can't remember anymore. Publication of US patent. No, wrong one. Sorry. That's right. This is the one that, well, price target cut to 15 from 23. So it depends who you read. And then you read Berenberg. Actually, okay, this is today now. And so this is Berenberg, maintains a buy and a price target of 12. This is what I'm talking about. This is not, I'm not making it up, okay? This is the headline. And that was earlier today. So I always use the term. This is the little magnet now for day traders. Looking at this high of yesterday, 884, thinking, okay, could it get close? Halfway between here and there, which would still be awesome in terms of a percentage move. Volume coming in on the 5-minute chart, coming in on the 15. This is for SEV. Hey, it looks like that bounce is so the bounce of Facebook, the bounce of Netflix from 212 up to 228, but from that 220 level up to 228. Now it's starting to sink again. So it's times like this, guys, where sometimes what you can do in order to try to generate some excitement is to, just look at stocks that have had the biggest moves in the last, say, 2 minutes, percentage wise, or 5 minutes. I don't have one handy, but really simple to construct. So why don't I do it just to keep myself interested? So I'm going to create a top list, new top list window, show you what I'm doing here. So I'm going to start from scratch, load the settings. Okay, so I've got nothing in there now. So search, change. I'm going to type in change in 2 minutes. I'm going to, on percentage, I want to show the column. Okay, I think I can do a couple of them at a time and maybe even 10 minutes, okay? And 15, why not? I'll do 2, 5, 10, 15, show the column. Okay, so these are now all columns. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a price. I'll go from 1 to 30. Let's get a relative volume of say 3, making, so that, things are, it's interesting. Let's do 500,000 minimum. Okay, NC, I can help you with that in just a minute, okay? And let's again, no, I don't care about the change from the closing. So 1 in 30, volume is 3, current volume is at least 3, minimum volume is 500,000 shares. So change, okay, now this is what you do. So now I can sort on this column. So I can sort on the different columns. So I can see that right now, CRXT change in 2 minutes was 1.5%. Okay, so now is that dramatic? Maybe not. Change in 5 minutes, 1.9%. You can sort on the different columns. You can see right here that not much is happening. There's very few, but this is a top list. So of course, every 30 seconds, this will get updated. So, this is something, and the race cars can kind of show this. I probably would rather do it this way though, to be honest, because, I wouldn't see this one because it's not for the way I trade, because it's not making a new high, right? But it's coming out of this little consolidation, and it's between $1 and $30 and 500,000 shares. And well, in fact, let's do this. Get some more columns here. So of course I want the price. I'm going to put the relative volume and the volume today. So now we've got here we go. So you see what I did? I mean, very simple. Now you can kind of track things that are moving the most in say 2 minutes, 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, and 15 minutes. That's on a percentage basis. I don't know if anybody's interested, but it's something I used to do when things got very slow, just to try to find out, well, which are the fastest moving stocks. This is kind of what the race cars do, but see, now nothing is moving. And that is indicative of, for me, a very boring day right now. Okay, so, well, let me make sure we do have the 20 SMA. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't have the 20 SMA. Thought we did, but oops. Yeah, here it is, 20 SMA. And see. And that's the daily. So all you have to do is have a filter. Well, it actually it would require a custom formula. But here's the 200-day, and here is the 20-day. Actually, I want to make sure I'm right here. Just give me a moment, okay? We have those data points. So I'm talking to somebody in our. I'm sure we have those data points, but just give me a moment, okay? Okay. So it does require a custom formula. Have you written one before, NC? Because here's the data point, SMA 20, here it is for the 200, okay? So you'd write a formula that would say, for instance, SMA underscore 20 greater than SMA underscore 200. Okay, so I'm going to direct you. Okay, so I'm going to give you this link, okay? Okay, there is, and here, and the formula would be this. And I'm going to direct you to a website that'll show you how to create it. Okay, very simple. Whoops. Okay, so there is the formula to use. SMA underscore 20 greater than SMA. Just a minute. Sorry, that's wrong. Okay, let me do it because it has to be exact, of course. Okay, that is the formula to use. SMA underscore 20 greater than SMA underscore 200. Here is how you create it. I'm going to send you to the user guide. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Yeah, I'm just going to show you. Okay, so go to my home page. Okay, go to my home page. And when you click on my home page link, click on the education section. So you click here, education section. Yep, daily time frame, yes. Click on the user guide. And then where it says, sorry, I should have had it up here. So let me back up again. So again, when you click on my home page, So this is what you're going to see. So click on the education section, then click on the user guide. And then there is a section called, I think, custom formulas. Where is it? Custom formulas. Click on custom formulas and it's going to show you how to create a custom formula. And it'll show you step by step. There might even be a video, I'm not sure. And you just create the custom formula. But this is the formula to use, the SMA underscore 20 greater than SMA underscore 200. That's the formula. And you'll see when you go to this, it'll show you where to put it and all that. The only trick is, okay, in the min box, because what will happen is it'll be added just like any other filter. And I always say give it a name, because you can name it, of course. Give it a name that makes sense. So if you want to call it, SMA 20 greater than SMA 200, because you can search. For instance, if I go to my alert window, configure, and search, if I go all the way down here, you see all these things that are starting with U. These are all custom formulas that I've built over the years. Okay, it'll start with the letter U. So that's why I'm saying, though, if you search, if I search SMA, obviously I'm going to bring up SMA. If I had created a custom formula, here's one SMA, 15 period close to price. Okay. So just give it a name. Give it a name so that you can search on it easily. The only trick is to put 1 in the min box. Okay. Once it's created. We have again, you'll create it and it'll probably be U0. If you've never done one before, it'll be designated as U0. And then you have a min and a max, just like any other filter. And you put 1 in the min box, and that'll make the formula true. Okay. In other words, you want to see stocks that are the SMA 20 is greater than the SMA 200. If that's what you want, then you put 1 in the min box to make the formula true. Okay, does that make sense? But you've got to, I can't create it for you. That's the thing. I cannot create it for you. I can just show you how, like where you create it. Go to the user guide and custom formulas. It'll show you how you create and then just use that formula. No, you cannot use a 10, okay? The reason, you can only use data points that we have. So that's why I was showing you. I also put this above the stat right here. Right here. That is this page. So these are the data points. So the SMA 200, 50, and 20. We don't have the 10, in other words. So you just can't create it. That's why, when I start my spiel in the morning, it's why, I say, we created a lot of filters and alerts. Do we have every single, time frame, every single variation of the SMA? No. So let me know if you were able to at least get to the account, to that account management page where you created. And then you just have to type in this formula, SMA underscore 20 greater than SMA underscore 200. Has to be exactly like that, of course. It's like any other computer program. It's got to be exact. You can't capitalize the SMA. Yeah, let me know. I mean, I'm here for another half hour anyway, so let me know. I'm not. Did I accidentally? Oh, did I accidentally? I may have. It's the problem with these browser-based ones. Okay, thank you, Justin. I'll get it back. I must have accidentally clicked on, yeah, I must have accidentally clicked on the link. Okay, thank you. I'll get it back. All right, sorry about that, guys. I accidentally clicked on the tab and closed it down. So sorry about that. Give me a moment here. Am I? Something's gone crazy here. I did not actually. I don't know if you guys can hear me in the main room. There we go. Can you hear me in the main room? Okay. Okay, thank you. So what time is it now? 2:29. Can I please share what? Are you talking to me, the floater, or are you talking to somebody else about sharing? And what are you looking to? What are you? If you're talking to me, sharing what? BAOS. Let's take a look at BAOS. BAOS. Oh, I'm hearing it. It's triggering right here. Just triggered right here. Baosheng Media Group. Woo. Been screaming here, guys. And low float, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Had a great day yesterday. This is a sub $1 stock, and now it's not. Yeah, you see change from the 10-day SMA, okay? But that's not what you're looking for. You're looking for the data point that is the 10-day SMA. Like, here's the 200-day SMA for this one. It's at $1.41. That's nothing to do with the change. Yeah, so again, if you're ever wondering what we have, so right click, search, and just type in cross. Oops, and see if we have it. Okay, so we do not have a price crossing the SMA, no. Not the 10. Okay, we've got the price crossing the 200, 50, and 20 as an alert. Okay. Ooh, the last chart I created. I don't know what you mean by the last chart that I created. No, you cannot write a formula for it, NC. No. And remember, when you create these formulas, these are filters, okay? So they're not alerts, they're filters. I don't know the last chart. I don't know what you mean by the last chart. Are you talking about where I was explaining how you can create, say, the 20 SMA above the 200 SMA? Yeah, it's only if, yeah, only filters. There's a, your all the custom formulas, they're only filters, not alerts. Oh, okay. Okay. Now, here you go. Okay, there you go, the floater. Now I'm going to save this in case somebody else ever wants it. And you can sort on the different columns, of course. That's the beauty of the top list. All these different column headers, the ones I've got here, you can just sort on them. So you can see if all of a sudden you saw something in the 2 minute and it was like, 5%. I mean, my goodness, you'd have to be clicking on it, see what the heck is happening, right? So as an example, there we go, 11.7%, okay, for BAOS. Not shortable for me. Now, the whole idea of the car racing, of course, is to, you would probably, if I created a race out of this, I don't really use the races because I'm more into the alerts. Give me a moment. I'm just trying to see what's happening here in this race. So here is sort of a pictorial presentation of this. Okay, the change in the 2 minutes. Okay, as a race. So you can see right there, ISPC as an example. And the reason you don't see it at the top here, because remember, the top list takes 30 seconds to refresh, where this is not. So let's take a look at ISPC, what's happening with it. Yeah, see, this one I don't understand. This is really, yeah. I think there's got to be some work done on this. I'm not a big fan of the racing because I really rely on real-time alerts. Please share WINT in terms of what? Just looking at the chart? Terrible. I mean, it had a great pop in the pre-market, had some news, I think. Let's see, it was phase two news, but typically the problem for me, it wasn't shortable. I would have loved to have shorted this one. Phase two news, little bio, usually it's junk, and that's what's happened. So now hopefully you didn't, you read the news and you got all excited, Sam. I hope that's not what happened. And you said, oh man, look at that news, phase one, phase two. And then you bought it and now you're sitting down here after buy. Is that what happened? Like, don't get seduced by the news. First of all, wait for the market to open. But let me know, is that what happened though? You bought it in the pre-market or you bought it right here thinking, man, that news really looks good. And now you're sitting down here. Good. You sold it yesterday, okay? So again, why did you ask about WINT? Is it because again you got in here and now you're wondering what's happening? Or you're wondering, I mean, you can just tell. I mean, phase two news and it just, tanked once the market opened. Got to be so careful on these little bios. Meanwhile, BAOS still surging here. Yeah, well, I mean, nobody can tell you whether it's a good buy or not, but the chart tells me that it's a piece of, garbage. I mean, right now, I mean, again, it had a nice little bounce in the pre-market. Not a bounce, it had a big surge in the pre-market on that news, but, it just sold off. Tomorrow, who knows what might happen? I mean, if it bases here all day and maybe tomorrow it starts to move again. But if you're buying it, if you're thinking you're buying this because it had good news, well, it's sold off on that so-called good news. And it's been in a steady decline for months. So, okay, guys, what time is it? 2:43. So one last look at my homepage and before I put myself on mute at around 3. All right, so there's my homepage link. And again, you click on the link. You're going to see, of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here. There, and the promo code has been changed back to the original one, 15% instead of 20%. If you're new, please do this first. The Let's Get Started. Please do that first. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon every day. And then here's all the education is here. The user guide, Michael's. Now let's just take a quick look at it. Again, the user guide. There's that getting started again. Daily support. So Chris will be there in our YouTube room, 3:30 to 4:30 today. I'll put the link in before I shut the other room, the main room down at 3:30. And the webinar, sign up for them all right here. And the back to basics. Michael's created this, starts off with what is a stock? So if you're new to trading, please take a look at this. So a lot of information here, obviously, on the Let's Get Started. And here, my scans and the education. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. And of course, last there are my scans that I share. Okay, so again, a lot of information in these 3 sections. I look at some of these charts and I just think how ugly they look, but a lot of volume came into AEO, no question. And he's saying it's a Kramer pump. Now, again, Sam, this win T, I mean, it could start to move at some point, even today. But that was my take on it. I mean, if listen, if it got over like maybe 119, 120, it may start to move again. But recognize it for what it is. Could be a one day wonder. There's a reason these stocks are down at $1. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Took myself off mute, but again, around 3:30 or around 3 o'clock, I'll put myself back on mute. So any questions, please ask them now. And something got halted. Ooh, Rite Aid got halted. I wonder why Rite Aid got halted. And on the way up, yeah, Rite Aid got halted on the way up. And is it a news halt? Hmm. Okay, I'm just seeing it again now. Okay, I'll take a look at. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. That's just an AI alert from a long time ago, and that was the name of the strategy, I guess. Yeah. Okay, that's all it is. So FLYW as an example, if you see these little buy flags, little arrows anywhere, that just means this was an AI alert on this day. It tells you the day, and this is the strategy it came from called Nice Chart. Okay, and you cannot see how it's configured. It's all that's all proprietary. Excuse me, proprietary. Okay, all the AI strategies are proprietary. So the AI finally had a good day, guys. I mean, I can say it had a good day at CASA. I can't call this good. I mean, the watt. I mean, it's a decent percentage, but 111 to 115. This is the big one, though. I mean, shorting CASA, and that was right off the bat. I wish I did see it, but I don't know. I thought it was too early for me to do it. So maybe we can get a few days in a row of the AI starting to produce again. It's been pretty miserable for a couple of months. Well, we thought Facebook probably was the black swan, right? Back here, this is 2 months ago. I mean, it has not recovered. Facebook has not recovered. But let's take a look at Facebook and what it did on a daily chart. I have to back this out a bit. So there is the disaster earnings day. Okay, this is back in February. Disaster, and it has not recovered. I mean, it got as low on that day, 240, and it made it all the way down to 187, 187. Tried to rebound a bit, but it really has not recovered. Now, will this happen in Netflix? You know, and people are thinking maybe that could happen in Netflix, the same sort of thing. Hey, I got to call it the way it is. But no question. I mean, there were two shorts that I should have taken. I mean, definitely the Casa and even this one. I looked at this and this is Holly. And can I actually short Holly in Holly? But there it was. I said I thought that this would start to pick up a lot more once we got fully into earnings season. So okay, so an $800 million takeover bid. It just opened. It just opened. So what did it do? Oh, wow, what a surge on that open. Oh man. I was looking at the time and sales. I did not see that that dramatic of a price increase. I was looking at this. I did not see anything remotely from 856 all the way up to 10. Look at this, guys. Wow. So I don't know how many shares outstanding they've got. Just doing a real, I mean, obviously they have more than's in the float, but if it was an 800, just based on the float, okay, so this is obviously not going to be completely correct, but just based on the float, $800 million would be 14.80 a share. But that's based on that float. I don't know how many shares outstanding they've got. So the float is the same as the shares outstanding? Okay, well then I guess, well, if you divide then 800 million and divide, that number around 54, you get about 14. You got 14.6, I got 14.8. Yeah, so that's the float. So how many shares outstanding? Give me a moment, I can find that out. Yeah, you know what? I mean, hard to believe. It says even in FinViz, it says 54 million outstanding, 52 million in the float. Okay, so it's very close. So obviously, there's not a lot of insiders and mutual funds owning this. And I'm looking at FinViz's information. So see, it says that. I mean, so the float and the outstanding very, very close, according to FinViz. So that is going to be about a 14. So they rejected a $14, say 50-cent takeover. Now, if you were a shareholder, of course, you were a shareholder up here or here, you're thinking, I don't want that. Or even here, more recently, 28. Well, usually, and you know this, I mean, usually when a company rejects, the price goes down. This is almost like they're being rewarded. No, maybe, maybe, but well, the other thing though too is that usually, if that is out there that there's an offer at 800 million, and normally the price would go up approximately, you'd see that for a few days, maybe even a month, right? And then all of a sudden they say they reject it or something, then it drops. This is a little bit different, in my opinion. Not much. This was it today. There was the only I did end up taking this one, the IRT. Yeah, it was very, very, very. I mean, I'm in at 27.78. It got up to 27.90. So not like yesterday. Okay, Steve. But you can check yourself. Just go to the. So today was not, and it wasn't terrible. I mean, these are the ones that are up, but I mean, they're nothing fantastic. Not like yesterday's LGVN. Sorry, LWLG. Really? Okay, click new. It's called Trader TI or Trader's Eye or something. Okay, go to the dock channel bar, and it's called TI Trader Eye. Okay. Now you got to go to the dock channel bar. Don't go to the old channel bar. Oh, I see, Steve. Okay, I got you. Okay. Okay, but did you open it from here? Channel bar? Don't do that. I can't do it because, well, I could. I'm not going to load it, but I don't even know if it's in here. It shouldn't be. This is so old. Get rid of it. There it is, though. Trade ideas, trade T idea trader I. It's called. Okay, so here it is. So when you say you open it, you didn't see the scan. Um, what do you mean by that then exactly? This is all I look at all day. I just take this one and I take it out. So maybe I'm not understanding when you say you opened it and you didn't see the scan. Again, it's called TI Trader I. So did you find it now? Are you using our web-based version? I'm not sure it's there, but are you using our web-based version or are you using the app with the toolbar like this? Jay, answer me. Okay, so do you not see TI Trader's Eye as one of the channels? And when you open it, this is what you see. Oh, I see. You don't want to do it now. Well, it's there. It's just called trade. It's called TI Trader's Eye. This is what you'll see. So here are the scans. Okay, maybe I'm explaining it incorrectly then. Dock channel bar, TI Trader Eye. I think I clicked on the wrong one. TI's Trader Eye. There we go. So here's an alert window. Okay, I use this, the eye. This is what I use, the eye. That's what I use. This is an alert window, so you get a real-time alert if something happens. I don't know what their trigger is. Probably a new high, maybe. Yeah, just a new high. So when you say you open the alert window, there's nothing to open. I mean, this is the window to use. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, that's what I use. Ah, see, that's what I meant. You got to be using the dock channel bar. I want them to get rid of that old channel bar. I wish they would just get rid of it. There's virtually no reason to use the old channel bar. Hit or hit. Hit on the way up or hit on the way down. Where's that person who was in the room and told us to keep buying this yesterday? Big short squeeze was happening. Yeah, I think the only reason they have it is that there still might be some old, no, you can see if they're even here anymore. Like these are the old channels, so there are still some old, like the Trader's Vault. There's still some old ones that, so you can access them. The problem is that when you click, I'm not going to, when you click on one, your layout disappears. Okay. And why these are not, like for instance, why isn't the Trader's Vault and other ones in the dock channel bar? Because they had to make it, they made a decision. We had so many channels and, we ran through them and we can tell which channels are being used a lot. And we just got rid of the ones that just weren't being used a lot. Trying to unclutter things. Like NJ, weren't you the one at the beginning who said it's so complicated? So we're trying to minimize the number of channels there are. We had, no, not, no, NJ. I thought NJ early. So we're trying to minimize. Some of the channels were overlaps, I mean, they didn't make, to have a big increase in volume channel and then big gainers up. Well, a lot of, you could probably get exactly the same alerts. So why have two of them? Steel, US, well, it's not US Steel, but NUE. Well, what is it? Well, it's an earnings play tomorrow. So before the market opens, what US Steel is doing. US Steel earnings on the 28th next week. All right, guys, I'm on mute again. I heard you come in, Chris. You want to take over now, Chris? Okay, guys, Chris is going to be in the YouTube room momentarily, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in here. You want to head over there. He'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. And I'm going to shut this room down now. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm shutting this room down, the main room down now, and thanks a lot for all the help. The room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then.
There we go. I was on mute, sorry.
You were on mute. I kept talking to you and talking to you. And you just wouldn't answer.
I know. This new mic, it gets me every time. There's a button that I didn't see and I pressed it. So, all right, thanks, Barry. I will see you on the flip side.
You bet. Okay, thanks, Chris. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. So, happy Wednesday. Hard to believe it's Wednesday already. It's kind of crazy to me. Let's see. I was working with someone named James a few moments ago in our live chat. James, if you are here. Mike C, how are you? We're doing all right over here. So let's see. Just see if you're there. Checking to see if James is there. And of course, anybody, fire away questions and all that stuff. Open forum and all that here for us today. All right, present, James. Excellent. So, all right, James, this is what I had for you, where I was telling you those stocks had come through. So all I did was configured this scan here to tell us when a stock is making a new high on the day, and it also had to be 128% above the low of yesterday. But I could change that, the change from close, to just 28% from the change from close too instead. And what I was trying to explain, and I think for some reason, a lot of people get caught up in gap and change percent or change from close percent. But this is what I was trying to explain before. Gap is simply the change from that closing price to this opening price, and that's it. It doesn't calculate again after that. But change from close will continue to calculate the movement afterwards. Now, our gap filter in the pre-market works like a change from close percent, but once the market goes live hours, it's static from the prior day's close to today's open, and that's it. So, there were two things that I was discussing with you, or I was taking it two different ways of what you were asking, and one being, did you want it as a change from the close that you were up 28% from that, or did you want it from the previous day above the previous day's high? 28%. We could do either one of those essentially. We could even put both filters in there. Technically, one might cancel the other out depending on, if one value is greater than the other that it's looking for essentially. But just as simple as that. And then you asked about relative volume. We do that in a ratio. So what that means is essentially, whatever we put in there. So 1 equals, the stock is doing its baseline from the last 10 days. 2 would be 2 times. 3 would be 3 times. If we put a 0.5, that means it's doing half of what it normally was doing. Relative volume can adjust throughout the day, of course. So, something that has a relative volume of 1 now might show a relative volume of like 5 at the open. And then as the day goes on, you can see how the volumes come out of this here. So the relative volume will sink as the volume sinks. And if the volume picks back up, the relative volume will do the same thing again. So when you get an alert and it tells you what the relative volume is, it's telling you what the relative volume was at that exact second. And then, yeah, we can do gaps too. So essentially what you'd be doing, if we put a gap in here, all right, if I put this in here and I added that filter and then I added, let's say, a 10%, that means the stock has to have opened 10% higher than it closed the previous day, okay? Then what it does after that is irrelevant as far as gap goes. But in order for the scan to pick it up, it will have to have at least gapped that much. Then even if it gapped that much and then it gave it up, still it qualifies that it gapped that high, but its change from close could be negative technically, even though it may have gapped up. So the SPY is a great example of this today. Close this out. So we can see here, if we drill down on a 15-minute chart of the SPY, all right, the SPY closed here yesterday, all right, and it opened here today, all right, but then it went negative actually from the close. So at one point the SPY was negative, even though it would have had a positive gap no matter what that happened. So I'm only saying this because I've come across quite a few people that have been confused on the difference between gap and change from close. And then the other thing that will happen without the gap in this essentially is because a new high on the day is the actual alert, the trigger. If the stock alerts once, all right, the only way it'll alert again is if it continues to make new highs on the day. So let's say that it made it up to, the last time it alerted, it was 30% above yesterday's close, all right? And then it moves down and it's still 28% above that, qualifying the filter. As long as it doesn't make a new high on the day, you won't get a new alert because it has to take out the previous high on the day for this alert type. That's the way alerts work. So the scans work in a two-function fold for alert windows, but we can scan without an alert too. It's a two-function set. So the selected alert, that's new high, has to be happening while your filters here have to be satisfied. We also could use, for example, a new 5-minute high so that if it pulled back X amount and still qualified the filter, but makes a new high on from the previous 5 minutes, we get an alert that way. Or we could run it as what we call a top list, where just every 30 seconds, it'll return all the stocks that meet the filters. There's no need for the alert in it. Just going to update automatically every 30 seconds. So, two ways to skin the same cat essentially. And yeah, so change from close, we could absolutely do that. And what I just made here, I made it in 2 seconds. I could share it in a cloud link with you, when you subscribe. So I know I passed you some links there in that chat. It's still open, and that chat that we were in will get emailed to you with those links too for you. So, you can reference those for the pricing and all that. And then, I'm big on community here. This goes for anybody that's here. Whether anybody that's here has heard me say this 1,000 times, or if that's been here before has heard me say it 1,000 times, but anybody that's kind of new here, you're poking your head in for the first time, I do something at 3:30 every day. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays are structured a little different than Tuesdays and Thursdays, in that on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do it via YouTube and a Zoom chat, where I share my screen also. And if it's a light crowd in Zoom, I've been enabling mics if anybody wants to join me on the mic in Zoom. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays just strictly on YouTube. But as long as the Zoom one continues to be low numbers of people showing up, I'll do it in open forum, where if I start to get 50, 60, 70 people in Zoom, I'm going to do it more of a syllabus and lessons kind of structured in that sense. Just because that was the Zoom ones on Tuesdays and Thursdays were meant to be for new users, versus today's kind of a free for all, whatever level you're at essentially. And that's how I've done that. Sorry, just checking something here. All right. I have a noise canceling thing, but for some reason, I don't know if it's working or not. So anyways, with that said, let me know, or if anybody else here has other questions, of course. Excuse me. And again, like I said, I'm big on community, so we can, we're always happy to help get a template going for someone. You got scan ABC you want built, and we're happy to help with that. Of course, my pleasure, James. And we're happy to help with that. What we won't do, or what we don't do, is we're not going to, optimize and backtest scans for people. That, we're the lead the horse to water people, but you all have to do the drinking. And sorry, just checking some messages here. One other thing, James, if you're still hanging with us here, I used to be Perfect Circle. Long since given it up. The top list that I was mentioning, where it can just show you those stocks that meet the criteria of the filter, you could set them up in a race and then race them based on, a change from close, for example, or a change over the last few minutes. That's what I do with these races here. So essentially, you might have, 4 or 5 or 6 stocks that all meet the criteria, and they're sitting in a table here like this. And, it's hard to decipher which one's moving. Well, the race will show you how it's moving based on what what you're looking for. Michael Anthony, how are you? Based on what you're looking for. So for example, this race has been producing me some okay winners, especially later in the day now. And essentially I'm just looking at stocks that are near the high of the day, breaking out of a 20-day range with a little bit of volume. And so we can see ESTE. I bet this is moving up here on the close. And look at that. Beautiful. All right. And we can see, it's won 4 races at 3-minute races. So at least going back in all these races before that. So we can go back, let's see, 12, 15, 18, 21, 4, 27 minutes. Going back 27 minutes, this thing was coming in, back here somewhere. All right. And, it's had quite a move off that 1580 level already. And, not a hard trader, nothing crazy. It's a natural gas and petroleum, very strong sector. I think Pump has had something similar going on. A little more choppy here with those wicks and those shadows up and down showing it. But all the same, the races can take your top lists and essentially turn them almost into an alert window, very close to it, by showing you what's on the actual move right now. Nice, Terrical. I kind of felt we were onto a little something there. It was super, it was really super simple scan, but it's for, if you're one of those people that are looking for those quick hit moves, I think, I think there's something there with that scan. And of course, there's always some adjustments that can be made on it, adding or subtracting different volume and things like that, volumetrics and things like that. So glad to hear you putting used to it already. That makes me feel good. The last couple of times I tried to build a scan on screen and live was not going my way. And I was like a little discouraged from it, because usually I have some 50-50 on the results, or, at least 40-60. If you get, if you build a scan and right off the bat, you've got 40% of the alerts look decent out of it. That's something to work with. Last few times I built it, it was 2 out of 10 alerts looked okay. That was not, I was just not having a good day, I guess. Excellent. Hopefully it's helping pay for a TI subscription then. Let's see. So WBEV. So here we go. We can see this thing is making a big move here all of a sudden. All right. And we can see it won a race back here. So that race was, 6, 9, 12, 18 plus minutes ago. So somewhere back here, this thing started coming in. We were alerted by this race on this back here as it was, it was crawling across the screen and ends up being a winner here. So again, this is the value that I'm finding in the races. Now honing in the right filters, that, becomes a trick in itself. And sometimes races are going to produce more than others. But, what I like is I've got only, 7 stocks in each one of these windows. So, 7 times 5 here, I'm only looking at a possible 35 stocks at once. On top of that, if I see stocks that are back here on the race, I'm probably not clicking them anyway. So now I'm narrowing it down to maybe 25 stocks with, knocking off a few of these stocks that are like that, back here. So I'm big on data, but I'm big on curating that data. Oh, that's beautiful. 2 for 2 with you both of you, huh? All right, Willa. I like that. I appreciate that. So sorry, I'm still just checking out why this thing isn't working for me here. Sorry, I got muted. There we go. Now it's all working. All right. So sorry, Peter. I was commenting on anything. So volume, I would say, is a twofold thing here with volume and spread. So if you've got a stock that, let's say, can you hear me now? All right, I think the volume. This microphone that I'm using, trying to use the noise canceling, cancel me out, but I think I'm good now. I'm gonna press forward like you can all hear me. All right. So let's say, Peter, that you had, and this is for anybody that has a similar question like this. Let's say you've got a stock that's only traded 100,000 shares by like 10, 15 or something like that. But the spread is like 1 to 5 cents, and you like the chart pattern, and it's in a sector you like, and it's got all the other green lights, and maybe it's just lacking a little volume. I think you're all right then, and it's not me giving you the green light necessarily, but if it's checking all the boxes essentially as far as the chart goes, and you can get a good entry on it, then you should definitely, and it meets all the plans, and you should execute your plan accordingly. But if you have something that, let's say, it's traded 100,000 shares by 10:30, 10:15, 10:30, and you've got a 20-cent spread on it, I'd shy away from something like that. That's just, me kind of personally. But if you have something that's also traded, let's say 40, because how many shares it's traded and by what time, that's going to matter too. 40,000 shares by 9:45, keep an eye, see where it's headed. 40, that might still be all right. 40,000 shares by, let's say, 11 o'clock in the morning on the Eastern side here. I'd probably, I might set some price alerts on it, but I wouldn't be running right after it. I think that's a little light for me, personally. And then, Bill, if you had to recommend one day trading scan, what would it be? I'm really enjoying this evening race here. This one here, I'll share it with you. I've found several good movers a day on it. I've been hesitant to pull the trigger on some of them, but I've definitely found some good stuff out of this. I'm just looking for the cloud link for that, and I'll share that out with you. This is what it's very simple. There you go. But I think, I think it's a good base for what, trying to do. And you might want to change the race setup. Maybe you want more lanes than that. But all I'm doing in this is looking at stocks that have, let me close that out. Yes, stay away from low volume pre-market. That's 100%. I don't really do pre-market, so. All right, so Bill, this is going to be stuff breaking out then. This is going to be more up what you're looking for. So first off, here's, the price, and I don't know if that price works for you. And I put this relative volume on there because, you can have something midday that's still moving up, but its volume has moved down and it might have traded, 1 million shares and it might be moving up, but it doesn't have a high relative volume. So I left it at 0.8 there. And then it's got to trade 550,000 shares on the day up from the open, 75% above the low of the 20-day range and 75% above the low of today's range, essentially. So anything that's really fallen off the path is not going to be alerted on this anymore, not going to be on those races. Stocks, if they start going sideways, you might still get an alert, or if as long as they're creeping up, you're going to get them on the list. All right. And there might be something you want to tweak in here, but essentially, it goes back to finding trends and relative strength. So I'm trying to capture things that have been trending up over 20 days and now trending up on the day as well with some volume on it. Not crazy volume, but something that's liquid enough to be tradable. So check that out. I think you might find that interesting. Anybody's welcome to that scan, obviously. And yeah, Tarikle's right on that. You want to stay away from low volume stuff in the pre-market. If something isn't, I'll say, volume is going to be relative to the time too. If you've got something that's traded, 10,000 shares by 4:30 in the morning, you might have something that's on track to be a liquid pre-market stock. A little more time to let that play itself out, obviously going to be important. But if you have something that's traded 40,000 shares by 8 o'clock in the morning, probably not going to end up being a very liquid pre-market stock too. So remember, things are going to be relative to the market time that you're looking at. And so, wow, WeBev still kind of chugging along here after we found that. Sorry, I had a message coming in. No, you guys should have me now, right? Sorry, I was typing a message. A message had come into me. Sorry, I couldn't ignore it. Like constantly refresh your connection. You shouldn't have to constantly refresh your connection. I know there's a few people that had to refresh their connection for top list today. But there's no system-wide issue that I'm aware of. So no, sorry, there's just what I told, it was two people today that had something similar, that for some reason their top lists were not updating, but the alert windows were working fine. They hit reset connection and they said they've been good the rest of the day as far as I understand. The only thing I can figure is that, like when you stream a video, the video, preloads itself throughout it. So if you have a hiccup in your internet for a microsecond, you'd never know that happened. Same thing when you're, if you're scrolling through like a social media feed or anything like that. Because the top lists are refreshing so often, the only thing I could figure is if they had some kind of interruption that was even like, a terasecond, it might have froze the top list and then hitting the reset connection fixed it. But Bill, if you keep having that issue, can you send us a ticket to support? Support at trade-ideas.com. We changed from info at trade-ideas.com to support, to separate some stuff for there were some people that weren't getting our emails, and we don't know if there's a spam filter that was blocking or not. So anything marketing wise we do is completely separate from support now. So if it keeps happening, go ahead and send that, just say, hey, listen, this has continued to happen. And because as long as you send it from the email that you're signed up with, I can ship it off to the devs and just see if the server that you're on, because we have several different servers, there's some kind of hiccup going on inside that server or not. They're already checking it out for those other users for me, just to see if there was something on our end. But so far we look good. So, but the more evidence I can present to the dev team, the better always. Just let me know there. You got it, Bill. So let's see, Seed, that was going nuts feels like a couple of months ago. I guess it was only just over a month ago. I feel like this was so long ago this happened. Funny. So maybe agricultural plays will be coming back in. What's wheat doing? Nothing from wheat today, but that hanging man or whatever you want to call it. Corn. Corn looks strong here. So it'll be interesting to watch these again. There's something else. A Y10. This was one that had a couple of interesting days, and it's gone back to where it came from. So RKDA, I think that was another one. Yeah. So another agricultural play made that move, and then that's it. So we'll see what Seed. Cressy, there's the other one. I knew there's another one too. That's a stock. That's an Argentinian stock, actually. Lost it. Is this a? There we go. Yeah, I remember it because I used to live in Argentina. So yeah, so along with wheat plays from Seed, not this looking strong here again too. Not crazy volume or anything. Doing nearly 3 times, but only at 400,000 shares. I want to see the spread on that. And this will go back to tying into your question there, Peter, if you're still with us. All right, so odd. Why is it showing that for a spread? There we go. So, 3-cent, 2-cent, 3-cent spread on a stock that's only done 400,000 shares on a day. I wouldn't call that very liquid, but with that spread, now obviously we're coming into the close, so I'm not going to be buying here on the close, or most people aren't anyways. But the point that I'm trying to illustrate here is, though, combining your broker's time and sales and the spread, and then looking at the total volume that's done, can give you a clue into, is this something I want to participate in, essentially. And so, I'm not, going to here, but this certainly, has an interesting look to it, given, the situation with wheat and all that's going on. And so, got some stocks coming into the close here. That's a good looking chart right there. This EXEL, plenty of liquidity in it. Zoom back out a little bit. Got some sideways days here like this after a move up. We can even say, these pullbacks that have happened, higher lows all the way through. And we could say the same thing after this first initial big breakout. Then it becomes, after that, all higher highs, assuming that it doesn't break down here. But definitely got some room. Let's look at where it's gotten stuck here. No happy accident that level is where we're getting stuck. And so you're above that the 23 and change level there. All right, bust out from there, and you could easily be at 25 a couple of days later, as we could see, or a week later or so. This thing isn't moving at the speed of light. But, if we look at it, it's generally speaking, other than this bad gap down here, all right, for the most part, its behavior is not wild swings. And it can happen with anything, physical engineering. I saw physical engineering. Now I see life sciences there. All right, maybe not as safe as I might have thought. Yeah, biopharmaceutical. They tricked me. They tricked me with how that headline was. What I saw was this. So I'd be more weary of this now. I saw that big float, and I saw research development, physical engineering, but I didn't see that life sciences part at the end, though. So yeah, that's something I would be careful. But I do like the chart. That doesn't change the fact that I like the chart. But this, unfortunately, is one of those stocks, and I can see it here too. 2 big gap downs that happen. So it's one of those stocks you could wake up and be down here tomorrow, unfortunately. But these are the risks we take. I'm guessing because it's 420 today, and Elon likes 420 and all that crap. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I just, whatever. He's probably going to do the earnings release at 420, right? I mean, that's what I'm figuring anyways. So yeah, I don't see any big movement coming out of there for the moment anyways. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's whatever. Like I don't, 420. I mean, I was a teenager once too, and all that stuff like that. But to the business of the matter, this is a tough stock to bet against. I mean, every time Tesla Q and the shorts thought that they've got it in for Elon, this is what happens. And going way back, if we put this on a weekly chart. Keep forgetting I have this up here. Got to start using these things much better, much faster. I mean, Okay, the release at 410. Interesting. You know, I want to see back because that reverse split, it kind of. All right, but I remember back here you had as reverse split kind of makes this chart dumb right now. Or not reverse split, the split. It wasn't a reverse split. Don't mind me. Cannot illustrate what I want to with this. Not like that, anyways. I'm trying to show back in like 2018, but it just doesn't illustrate well right now. If we had a logarithmic chart, I could illustrate it much better. That, unfortunately, is not an option. But, all right, right here, even, you had the shorts that were, salivating on Elon here, and then, go rocket out of a cannon. That was coming into the pandemic. And so, like I said, I'm just not someone I'm betting against. That's for sure. And then, so James, if you were still here, that chat that we were in closed, but all those links were sent to you for reference via email. They should be there if you're still hanging out with us here. And there it goes. All right, well, we should turn post market on, right? Woof! Look out. Now, can you imagine people that were short and had that happen and watching their P&L right now? Because that really didn't go that way at all. And so Steve claims good earnings. All right, let me bring up, let's get our popcorn ready here. What do we got going on here for news? Tesla, Reuters. I guess we'll go with Reuters. I'll bring this over for everybody. So, beats revenue estimates on record deliveries. Yeah, I wouldn't. Again, betting against Elon Musk is a really bad idea. So, you can see it here for yourself. Surge past Wall Street estimates for quarterly revenue on Wednesday as the electric vehicle maker delivered record units at higher prices. Revenues rose to $18.76 billion in the first quarter, ended in March 31st from $10.39 billion a year earlier. Analysts expected $17.8 billion. So, I mean, they crushed it. And I know there's going to be a million people that hate Elon and, government subsidies and all, again, you can hate all you want, but your hating and betting against it will lose you money. So just accept things for what they are and trade them for what they are. Exactly. Don't be that guy. So, here it all is coming through right now. Now all the headlines are coming through. So, we'll see what that means. Exactly. Don't marry a stock. Some great examples of that. Here's a great example of don't marry a stock. I mean, look at Zoom. I mean, come on. And you got people nonstop, through this entire downtrend saying it's a bargain. Don't worry about valuations and everything. Like, come on, companies still got to make money. Don't, it's fine. If you can play the trend on that side, that's great. When it's over, recognize it. Recognize it here, not here. That's where you got to recognize the trend ended. You recognize it here at the latest here. When you're getting this far out and you're still you're grasping at straws on that, you might want to reevaluate. Yeah, Roku, exactly, another one. And look, I like Roku. I think what they do is, good business and all that, but what do they make money on? At the end of the day. There's competition, with Amazon Fire and, all these other ways to stream things. You don't need Roku. There are other options. There's something else. Sava. I saw this the other day and I thought to myself, I was thinking exactly what I thought is, never fall in love with a hot dog or a stock. Live by the sword, die by the sword, all those things like that. And, it's great when you're on the right side of these things, but it's devastating when you're on the wrong side of these things, and that's the difference. It's great versus devastating. And devastating equals no more trading account. So, I'm not a fan of Netflix. I don't think they produce any quality content. Personally, I wouldn't invest. I think them as an investment was 15, 20 years ago. Now it's a trading vehicle. I think, they become a sluggish dinosaur that can't get out of their own way. That's just I don't enjoy anything that I don't enjoy any original content that Netflix does in general. I wasn't one of those Tiger King people or anything like that. I like to watch, some comedies and I don't watch very much TV. So, yeah, Peloton, exercise bike with an iPad on it. Exactly. They had a story behind it because we were all locked up, or, so many people were locked up, whether by choice or by mandates and things like that. So, again, don't, when you buy story stocks, remember there's a story and all stories have an ending to them. That's how it works. Some stories last longer than others. But as far as Netflix goes, I mean, they're going to have to do something, great. I know a number of people that cancel their subscriptions the last 2 times they raised prices. I'm pretty close to canceling mine, to be honest. At this point, I don't see any reason to pay $15 or whatever it is a month now. They just don't add anything for me. There's other services that have the shows that I want if I feel like watching them anyways. Like I said, I don't watch a ton of TV, and I'm more apt to read, listen to music, work out, stuff like that. So just who I am. Yeah, Carvana, exactly. Again, all these are stories and whatever else. But do the companies make money? If I'm investing in a company, either if they're not making money, I better know something and be a firm believer in that they will make money and that I think they're providing a revolutionary service and all those things like that. For example, Netflix, 25 years ago, they were revolutionary in what they were doing, right? Disrupting Blockbuster and, completely changing the landscape of the entire entertainment at home world. All right. But that's over now. You're competing with, Hulu and Sling and, I can't even think of anybody else. Those are the ones that come to my mind anyways. Disney Plus, all the free stuff Roku puts out because, Roku has all those free channels on it. My mom watches all that stuff. My mom doesn't even have cable. She doesn't even have any subscription programs whatsoever. My mom bought a Roku TV and she watches just all free stuff on Roku TV. Prime Video there, exactly. So, that's the issue here. How do you make money? It's one of my biggest investing slip ups of my life actually was Facebook. I never really got into social media in general, other than, for a few years, I, big into Twitter. But I never understood how Facebook truly made money when it was first coming out and IPOing. And of course, I think a lot of people didn't know how they were, and they tanked off their IPO. But then as earnings reports came out and people saw what they were doing as far as advertising and driving sales for companies, and everybody wanted to be a part of Facebook in that sense, Facebook took off like a rocket for several years. Now, there's a whole bunch of competition. People are hip to that. If something's free, you're the product. They don't want to just willingly give their data away like that anymore. And so now Facebook suffers that consequence later on. But as an investment for, the better part of a decade, it would be hard to beat Facebook overall for that length of time. It's when that story when that story starts to end and the tide turns on what you're doing. So, those are the things to consider, investing versus trading from my perspective. But, Facebook was a slip up. Someone that was close to me at that time thought we should be buying Facebook off that IPO. I said, you go ahead. I'm not going to condone or sanction it. I just bought casual stocks at that time for some investments. I didn't see it with Facebook, but I was just not going to be the one to press buy on it. I wasn't saying yes or no in that joint account, but I just wasn't going to be the one to hit buy. They never did, and of course they want to hold it against me. But it takes two to hit that buy button when two people are running an account. So, so that's that. Well, and that's it too, David. You have to have content that the majority wants, not fringe, not fringe people want. It's fine to have it for the fringe, but if you don't have content that the majority enjoys, it's irrelevant. That's all there is to it. Well, as long as you held on to it above 25, then you'd be doing all right there, Michael. That's funny. Actually, there's a conversation going on a traders thread. I was just catching up about, having over 200 PE doesn't cut it anymore. And it's true. So what's Tesla done now since, yeah. That's fun. That's extra fun. So, all right, that's all that in a nutshell here today. Is there anything else noteworthy on earnings? $200 EMA 1 minute? No, because I don't think we don't have EMAs to start with. And I don't think we have a 200 on a 1 minute time frame. Yeah, because we don't have a 200 on a 1 minute time frame. The best you're going to do is a 200 on a 2 minute time frame, and that's an SMA, not an EMA, so it's still slower to react. No, we don't have a 100 SMA. No, we have a 130 oddball one, but that's on a 15-minute time frame. I mean, the closest you're going to get is using a VWAP filter and the 200 2-minute SMA filter. So, you could do something like this. Add that filter and then put it in something like, I don't know, minus 0.1, 0.1, and VWAP. Add that filter, and do the same thing, minus 0.01, or minus 0.1, I mean. And all I'm doing with this is finding stuff that's near those levels, you know. So it's no more than 0.1 above, and it's, you know, no more than 0.1 below, where it's right at it. And I've done the same thing here with this here. It's probably going to give me, oh no, so it's going to give me a histogram. And I mean, you know, this is going to be stuff that's in that ballpark of that. I don't even know if anything's going to get returned by this top list. Oh yeah, quite a few. And that's after hours. So let's go with see how it closed live during market hours. So, I mean, that's something to work with there. And then if you wanted to make an alert window, I mean, you could do this. This is what I would suggest. Go new alert window. I'm going to name this. Hold on. Let me name this first. And I'll share this out and it'll give you a template to work with. So 200, 2 min, and VWAP. Yeah, give me a second. I'll look at those charts. Remember, I'm going to look at them as a technician. Because the fundamentals, they're irrelevant to me. It's like speaking Japanese to me with fundamentals. All right, so there's the topless version of that, right? And then I'm going to do something for a, what's the difference between EMA and SMA? An SMA is just a continuous count of the previous 10 candles of whatever period you're talking about. An EMA goes back, not 10 candles. It goes back however many candles the period is. So if you had a 10 SMA on a daily chart, it goes back 10 daily candles. That's it. Calculating the average of the closing price between those essentially. And EMA, that the SMA has what's called a drop-off effect because now we've kicked out all the prior data beyond that 10 period. If we're using a 10 period as an example, where 10 period EMA is going to give a weighting through each of the candles, and then it doesn't have the drop-off effect because it gives an overall weighting to what the EMA was before we moved on to the period. So the 11th candle carries an EMA weighting always on a 10 EMA. Or if we were on a 15 EMA, the 16th candle would carry an EMA weighting based on all the prior EMAs leading into that, essentially. So it's what's called a drop-off effect. So EMAs react quicker. So sorry, we're doing this as a collab here. Collab, copy, okay. Configure, no, don't configure. Collab. And so all I've done is I created that quick template with the SMA and the VWAP, and now I've collaborated it over to here, and we come into configure, and I got to give it an alert. Let's get rid of that. And whenever you're trying to make any kind of cross alerts, I think a 5-minute high is your best bet. Or if you're looking for a cross down, a 5-minute low. All right. And the summary, yep, looks good. All right, and that's all it's looking for. You can add other volume metrics and things like that. But here's a base to work with, essentially. There you go. Remember, anybody that takes that, save them to the cloud, as I empty my cloud periodically. And you can apply that same logic that I just used with any of the SMAs or VWAP combinations that we have. Yeah, Mike, see, we were messing around yesterday and I built something. So here you go. I still happen to have it in the cloud for now. There's two versions. This one here was finding some okay long ideas, but it was actually finding some really good short ideas too, catching things right near the top and that were pretty shortable actually afterwards. This one had a mix of them, and a little more broken up by between catching stuff early before the final big move. And we were looking at these on 5 and 3 minute charts too for some reference on that. So you can check that out there. So those are those scans as well for you. So that's that. CEIX. What did you end up doing? Some more energy. Bituminous coal. Not a bad move on the day. What did the other coal stocks do? It looks very similar. And for good measure, looks very similar. All the coal stocks kind of looked on the same path here. Take a look back in on our friend Elon. If I could type right. So up after hours, continue to hold that. Now you wonder, anybody that's, a dip buyer of Tesla, every time it dips, they come back in and buy a little bit. Is this that green light for them here, this dip off of here? Or are we going to put in lower highs? I think, this will be a big deal here. Tomorrow, I think, is a big deal for Tesla. Let's see, Michael Anthony, you asked something about some charts here. So let's take a look at those and we'll wrap up the day here. I didn't realize what time it was. CPG. It's a nice chart. The right sector, crude petroleum, all that, a great looking chart. Big float, so you're not setting the world on fire with moves, but you're also not getting destroyed if you're on the wrong side of this trade. Nice and liquid, that stock. Great trend. So yeah, that looks like a good stock. Look, it's breaking, continuing to break higher there for you there, Michael Anthony. And then what was the other one? PAA. Where's my mouse? There we go. PAA. Another one, pipeline. This one looks good too. You got a beautiful symmetrical triangle that's formed here, as a matter of fact. That's a beautiful symmetrical triangle that's busting out of now. Very nice. Again, big float. So, you're not going to wake up and have a $3 move or anything, but you're not going to have it to either side. But that looks good. I like, technically speaking, I like them both. You got it. Yeah, you can't. It's an anti-spam thing here that we, if we allow one person to post links, everybody can post, and we have all these bots that come in all the time trying to post links. So there's no way for us to enable just one person to do it. So, all right, folks, that's going to do it for me on the day here. They ruined so much, to be honest. They really have. So I'll do it on the day for me here. Tomorrow, going to be a Zoom day, so I'll be here on YouTube, but there'll be the Zoom link as well. Right in the education page for that Getting Started webinar that's in there. Barry will be back here tomorrow in the morning to get things going. It's Thursday, so you get Mr. Jamie Hodge for an hour. And like I said, then I'll be back tomorrow. So thanks everybody for hanging. And that was a pretty good session, I think. Hopefully we got something out of it, shared a few scans, and we will be back here to do it all over again tomorrow. All right, take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. Bye-bye.